What if the shadows that dance in the corners of history are not mere figments of imagination, but the echoes of an unspeakable truth waiting to erupt? What if the Deccan Wars, the blood-red tapestry of betrayal, ambition, and chaos, hold the key to a fate long buried beneath centuries of dust? In a world where allegiances shift quicker than blades can flash, who can you trust when the very air hums with deceit? Picture this, a kingdom on the brink, where nobles play chess with lives, and treachery wears the face of friendship. The vibrant markets pulse with the scent of spices and blood, laughter mingling with whispers of an ancient prophecy that promises power to the ruthless. But what happens when that prophecy isn't merely a legend tossed around like a jester's joke, but a ticking time bomb hidden in plain sight? You're standing on the precipice, breathless, as the sky darkens. The great Sultan's throne groans under the weight of betrayal, while the rival Maharajas sharpen their wits and weapons alike. The streets are alive with the clash of ambition, noble-born or commoner, everyone's grasping for their moment of glory. In this game, loyalty is a currency, an honor? Just a word scraped from the bottom of a forgotten barrel. A rebel whispers of a long-lost artifact, a relic drenched in blood and power, an object that could tip the scales of war. But the clock ticks. Who will seize it first? The mad prince with a taste for chaos? The clever merchant with daggers hidden in laughter? Or the dark sorceress weaving her web behind a veil of silken lies? Every turn reveals a new layer of danger, each alliance a potential snare. You thought you understood ambition? You have no idea. The laughter of the court is a symphony composed of betrayal, and the strings are pulled by unseen hands. Who holds the puppet strings? When the sun sets behind the monsoon clouds and the lightning cracks open the sky, gods and demons alike hold their breath. This is not just war, it's a dance of shadows, a macabre ballet where each step could lead to ruin. It's a world where humor is as dark as the nights, where a jest could slice through the tension like a sharpened blade. Do you dare to follow the trail of blood-soaked intrigue, where every choice can lead to glory, or a grave of your own making? The Deccan waits, a stage set for chaos, and you're caught in the crossfire of a battle that will redefine everything you thought you knew. You're not merely witnessing history, you're about to become its unwilling architect, if you survive the storm. Tick. Tock. Time runs out. The question now isn't whether you want to enter, but whether you can afford to stay away. The ground trembles beneath the weight of history, and a distant scream pierces the tense air. I stand on the edge of a crumbling fortress, the ancient stone walls whispering tales of battles fought and blood spilled, the echoes wrapping around me like a shroud. Below, a village burns, its homes reduced to fiery silhouettes against the twilight sky. I remember the faces, familiar, warm, now twisted in panic and despair. The stench of smoke mingles with the coppery tang of fear. I can't pull my eyes away, it's as if the flames are mocking me, taunting me with the very essence of life slipping through my fingers. In the shadows of the Deccan, chaos reigns. I watch Anaya, her face set in a mask of determination, clutching her child to her chest. Her eyes, pools of dark anguish, search the horizon for salvation that never comes. She bears the weight of the world yet carries it with the grace of a warrior. I remember, she whispers, a mantra against despair, the days before the winds changed. Each word trembles with the history of her ancestors, their struggles etched in the lines of her palms. She is a mother and a soldier, love and grief entwined in a dance as old as time. Then there's Roghov, the strategist whose mind is as sharp as the sword at his side but whose heart is a labyrinth of regret. As the flames reflect in his eyes, I remember the conversations we had whispered beneath the stars. What if, he would muse, a dangerous light flickering in his gaze? What if we had chosen differently? Choices, like knives, can cut deep, some wounds bleed silently, while others scream for acknowledgement. Roghov's brilliance is both a gift and a curse, he understands the chessboard of power, yet every calculated move leaves a scar on his soul. Look, Roghov! Anaya shouts, the tremor in her voice breaking through his turbulent thoughts. They're coming! The words hang heavy, a spell that sharpens the air around us. I can almost taste the tension, a bitter mix of courage and dread. The enemy advances like a tide, relentless, an avalanche of shadows rolling toward our fragile lines. I can see the armor glinting, hear the clashing of metal, but beneath it all, a silence lingers, a haunting stillness that breeds more fear than the chaos itself. Time stretches and warps, and suddenly, the memories flood back, sun-drenched afternoons spent dreaming beneath the banyan tree, the laughter of children echoing in the distance, the simplicity of love untainted by conflict. But the world has shifted, and nostalgia crumbles beneath the weight of reality. The Deccan, once a tapestry of cultures and dreams, now lies splintered, its beauty marred by ambition and greed. I can feel the land sigh, a mournful cry in its deepest core, as if it knows that every battle fought is a piece of its soul lost forever. Why do we fight? I wonder aloud, the question slipping from my lips like a prayer. Roghav's gaze meets mine, and for a heartbeat, time halts. He is a man of intellect, and yet here we are, entangled in a web of beliefs that no longer serve us. For honor, he replies, but his voice lacks conviction, each syllable a heavy stone. For freedom. Yet we are prisoners of our own making, shackled to ideals that no longer hold meaning. Anaya's eyes blaze with a fierce resolve, and her words cut through the air like arrows. We fight for those who cannot. For the children sleeping beneath the ash. For the hope that flickers like a candle in the wind. In her voice, I hear the echoes of 1,000 generations, the fierce cries of women before her, who stood tall against the storm. My heart swells, and for a fleeting moment, I am reminded of the power of love, the strength found in vulnerability. But the enemy is relentless, and their approach is like the thundering pulse of the earth, a heartbeat that quickens with the anticipation of violence. I feel the air crackle, electric with impending doom. We must hold the line. Roghav's voice rises above the tumult, a rallying cry that resonates deep within me. I see him transform, the strategist morphing into a commander, his flaws forgotten in the face of duty. He is raw, he is fierce, and in that moment, he embodies the spirit of the Deccan, a land both bruised and beautiful, a tapestry of contradictions that spills forth in a symphony of chaos. As they charge, I feel the ground quake beneath my feet. Each heartbeat, each breath, becomes a clock ticking down to the inevitable confrontation. The clash of steel and the cries of despair blend into a cacophony of life and death, reverberating in my chest. I remember the stories, how empires rose and fell, how love was forged in the fires of conflict. And there, amidst the storm, I catch a glimpse of hope, a flicker of light in the darkness. The people will rise, fueled by their shared pain, their collective dreams, their unyielding spirits. As the night engulfs the land, shadows dance among the ruins, a reminder that in every ending there is a beginning, a cycle that spins endlessly through time. I remember the tales of old, the ghosts of those who fought before us, their voices woven into the very fabric of this land. The battle is on the horizon, but so too is the spirit of resilience, a promise that echoes in the hearts of Anaya and Roghav. This moment is a collision of fate and choice, a reminder that even in the darkest of hours, the light of determination can blaze brighter than the fiercest inferno. The scene unfolds, a vivid tapestry of emotion, conflict, love, and the relentless pursuit of something greater than ourselves. And as I stand on the precipice of war, I feel the pulse of the Deccan beneath my feet, a heartbeat that refuses to yield, that whispers of stories yet to be told. The end is just a beginning in disguise, and the echoes of this moment will resonate long after the last battle is fought. The night is young, and the dawn, though far away, promises a glimmer of possibility. The air was thick with the scent of blood, hot, metallic, and unyielding, as the sun dipped below the jagged horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield. I could hear the cries, the desperate wails of men and women as they clung to life, their hopes extinguished like the flickering flames of dying torches. I remember standing there, heart pounding, mind racing, in a world where loyalty and betrayal wove together like the intricate threads of a tapestry, each thread fraying at the edges, threatening to unravel. Vikram was there, his eyes glinting with fury under a heavy brow, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him like the iron chains of 1,000 regrets. "They won't take our land," he shouted, voice raw, echoing over the clang of swords and the cries of the dying. He wielded his weapon like a man possessed, driven not just by the need to protect, but by a deeper, darker desire to prove himself worthy in a world that had stripped him of everything but his fierce spirit. But what was worth fighting for? The soil soaked with blood? Or the dreams shattered underfoot? I could see it in his eyes, an emptiness that gnawed at him, a longing for something transcendent, a purpose, maybe, or love. I remember how the dusk settled heavy around us, the twilight moon casting ghostly shadows that danced like spectres among the fallen. Then there was Maya, her heart as fierce as a lioness, yet haunted by the spectre of loss. She stood at the edge, watching the chaos unfold, her hands trembling at her side. "They fight for honor," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the tumult, "but honor means nothing when the earth consumes the souls of the innocent." I could see the conflict tearing at her, a whirlwind of grief and determination. She had lost too much, too soon, her family, her home, yet she clung to the hope of a brighter tomorrow, one that felt more like a distant dream than a tangible reality. Together, they were caught in the storm of the Satavahanas, those early kingdoms of the Deccan, where ambition and betrayal wove through the fabric of time like the very threads of fate. The dust swirled around us, and with it came the echoes of history, a symphony of voices whispering tales of power, of kingdoms rising and falling, of the Chalukyas waiting in the shadows, calculated and cunning, ready to seize the moment when weakness unfurled like petals in bloom. "Look!" Vikram shouted, pointing towards the crest of a hill where the Chalukyan banners fluttered, dark and foreboding like the wings of a raven. "They approach!" His voice crackled with adrenaline, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of fear, palpable and raw. It was the fear of being forgotten, of dying unremembered, as many had before him, lost grains of sand in the hourglass of time. I remember the way the world seemed to slow, the moment stretching like a taut string, vibrating with the promise of violence. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum in the silence before the storm. The Chalukyas, masters of strategy and shadow, moved with an eerie grace, their intentions cloaked in the mist of uncertainty. It was a beautiful deception, a dance of death that would soon spiral into chaos. And then it happened, a single arrow, like a comet streaking across the sky, arcing towards destiny. It struck true, embedding itself in the earth beside Maya, a warning, a harbinger of the chaos that awaited. Her breath hitched, a gasp caught in her throat as fear flickered in her eyes, a candle flickering in the wind, teetering on the edge of extinction. "We can't wait for them to come to us," she urged, a fire igniting in her soul. "We must fight back." But fight whom? The enemy or the ghosts of their own pasts? I watched as Vikram, torn between love and loyalty, gripped Maya's arm, his voice softening. "What if it all ends here?" Tears brimmed in her eyes, the weight of her dreams threatening to drown her. "Then we'll make it count," she whispered, a mantra, a promise, one that resonated through the marrow of my bones, echoing like thunder. The clash of steel broke through the spell, a jarring reminder of mortality, raw and unyielding. The battle erupted around us, every swing of the sword a heartbeat, every cry a prayer. I could feel the raw energy crackling in the air, a palpable force that pulled at the very fabric of existence. In the chaos, I could see faces, each one a story, a heartbeat, a life cut short or changed forever in the blink of an eye. As the sun vanished completely, the darkness enveloped us, wrapping around the field like a shroud, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, the stars would continue to burn. I remember looking up, watching the cosmos swirl, a tapestry of dreams and destiny, as we forged our own paths in a world that seemed intent on tearing us apart. In that moment, Vikram, Maya, and I were no longer just players in a game of power. We were part of a greater narrative, one filled with pain, love, and an insatiable hunger for freedom. The ghosts of our ancestors lingered in the silence after each clash, those who had fought, bled, and died for kingdoms that flickered like candle flames in the wind. The remnants of the Satavahanas, like whispers from the past, echoed in our hearts, guiding us, urging us to remember that this wasn't just a battle for land, but for the human spirit itself. As we pressed on, hearts racing, fear clenching at our throats, I could feel the shadows lengthening, the darkness creeping closer, swallowing the light. Each breath was heavy with the weight of history, each heartbeat a reminder that this confrontation was only the beginning. Time slipped through our fingers like sand, its relentless march echoing the stories of those who had come before us, their dreams woven into the very fabric of our struggle. And in that haunting twilight, amidst the clash of swords and the cries of the fallen, we stood, together, yet apart, caught in the web of what was, what is, and what could be, forging our destinies against the unyielding tide of fate. The moon hung like a cold, watchful eye over the tattered village of Malkt, its light slicing through the gloom like a dagger. Shadows danced, grotesque shapes flickering across the crumbling walls of mud huts. Somewhere in the distance, a child's wail cut through the night, raw, desperate, a sound that clawed at the soul. I could almost feel the pulse of fear emanating from the earth, a tremor that whispered of the storm about to break. I remember the way the air tasted, thick, heavy, charged with the anticipation of chaos. This was no ordinary night, the very fabric of our existence teetered on the edge of a blade. As I stood there, heart thumping like a war drum, I could see two figures silhouetted against the flickering flames of a dying fire. One was a young man, fierce and unyielding, his name whispered like a prayer, a Moghavarsha. The other, a woman with a spirit as wild as the wind, was named Danvati, her emerald eyes gleaming with defiance. There was a time when a Moghavarsha was a boy innocent, untainted by the blood that would soon stain his hands. But the world had twisted him, forged him in the crucible of conflict. His father, the king, had fallen to treachery, a dagger thrust into his back by a trusted ally. Betrayal had a taste, and it was bitter, leaving a stain that could never be washed away. I remember the night he found his father's lifeless body, the moonlight pooling around them like a shroud. That moment had carved a deep chasm in him, filling it with rage and a thirst for vengeance that would consume him whole. Danvati stood beside him, fierce but vulnerable, her heart a battlefield of loyalty and love. She was not just a woman in a man's world, she was a warrior. I remember how she had fought against the tides of tradition, how her voice rose above the clamor of the elders. "We will not bow," she had said, her words a flame that lit the darkness. But love is a storm, unpredictable and chaotic, and she felt it now, gnawing at her resolve. Her heart was tethered to a man who was becoming a shadow of himself. And then, the silence broke. A horn blared, a sound that sliced through the night like a siren's call, summoning warriors to arms. The enemy was at the gates, the ancient feud reigniting like a wildfire, consuming everything in its path. I felt the tremor of fear in Moghavarsha's clenched fists, the way he wrestled with the ghosts of his past, his father's visage haunting him, urging him to act. "I remember you," he whispered into the void. "I will not let your death be in vain." The drums of war echoed through the valley, a relentless heartbeat that called to the brave and the foolish alike. Tension wrapped around them, a suffocating shroud. Danvati's heart raced as she looked into Moghavarsha's eyes, searching for the boy she once knew. "Please," she begged, her voice trembling, "don't lose yourself in this madness. Remember who you are." Her words hung in the air, suspended in a moment that felt eternal. But the winds of fate were unyielding, and the cosmos spun indifferently to their plight. In that charged silence, every heartbeat felt like a countdown. Time became a ghost, slipping through fingers like sand. I could almost hear the whispers of history, coiling around us, reminding us of every choice, every sacrifice that had come before. As the first arrows took flight, slicing through the night, I could see Moghavarsha transform, his vulnerability crumbling like a brittle leaf underfoot. The flicker of doubt extinguished, replaced by cold resolve. He was no longer just a young man, he became a storm, a force of nature. But what would emerge from the tempest? Would it be a savior or a harbinger of destruction? The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos and desperation. Men cried out, their voices a cacophony of fear and fury, and in the mayhem, I glimpsed the shadows of their souls, brothers torn apart, fathers lost in the fray. Each clash, each shout, was a reminder of the fragility of life, the ephemeral nature of existence. I remember Danvati charging into the fray, fierce and unrelenting, her sword a gleaming extension of her will. She fought not just for a kingdom but for the man she loved, the man who was slipping further away with each swing of his sword. She felt the burden of her own heart, the weight of her love suffocating her spirit. Would it be enough to pull him back from the brink? And then, in the midst of the chaos, time seemed to shatter. I could see it, the moment Moghavarsha stood face to face with a shadow from his past, the traitor, the one who had plunged the dagger into his father's back. Everything slowed. The world around them faded, replaced by the thunder of Moghavarsha's heartbeat, a furious drum urging him forward. I felt the inevitability of it all, the collision of anger and grief, the weight of generations pressing down on him. At that moment, he was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for every fallen warrior, every lost dream. I could almost see the light flickering in his eyes, a reflection of the stars above, vast, beautiful, infinite. The cosmos was indifferent, yet here they were, a mere breath in its eternal dance, striving against the tide. The conflict escalated, a whirlwind of emotion swirling around them. Danvati's scream pierced the air as she tried to reach him, but the storm had taken hold. Amoghavarsha collided with his past, the blade of vengeance drawn, and as he lifted it, I felt the weight of every decision, every sacrifice, pressing down on his shoulders. In that moment of reckoning, love and vengeance intertwined, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum. The air crackled with tension, the outcome uncertain, the stakes immeasurable, honor, love, loss, all hanging in the balance. I remember the feeling of that night, the shadows gathering, the echoes of battle ringing in my ears, the chaos swirling like smoke. The Rashtrakutas were rising, but at what cost? The dawn was yet to break, and the shadows were gathering, ready for whatever would emerge from the darkness. The wind howled through the empty streets, carrying with it whispers of defeat and shadows of despair. I stood at the edge of the village, watching the flickering flames consume what was left of our past, homes turned to ash, memories reduced to smoke. The night was thick with tension, a palpable weight that pressed against my chest. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown to the inevitable clash that loomed in the darkness. The air was heavy with an acrid smell, the scent of burnt wood mingling with despair. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of him, Vikram, the fierce warrior, a man forged from the metal of his own heart. His eyes burned with an intensity that could ignite the very heavens. But beneath that fierce exterior, there lay a man haunted by dreams of his ancestors, visions he could not shake. I remember his voice as he spoke, deep and resonant, yet tinged with fear. Every legend demands a blood price, he had whispered to me once, his gaze drifting into the distance. And I fear that I am the sacrifice. And there was Aruna, a woman of unparalleled strength, her spirit as unyielding as the mountains that surrounded us. I had watched her rally our people, her voice a clarion call for hope amidst ashes. Yet, her heart bore a wound, festering with the loss of her brother in last week's raid. What good is strength if it cannot protect those we love, she had asked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sorrow that dripped from her words clung to me like a shroud, a reminder of our fragility. As the moon hung low in the sky, a silver spectre illuminating the chaos, I could hear the drums of war, the heartbeat of impending doom. The ground trembled beneath me, a reflection of the turmoil within. Each thud resonated in my bones, a dull reminder of what was at stake. I remembered the stories, the legends of the Chalukyas, their rise from the dust of the past, yet here we were, on the precipice of destruction. The distant clang of swords echoed through the air, a symphony of conflict that made my stomach churn. I could see the silhouettes of warriors, shadows dancing eerily in the flickering light. They were not merely fighters, they were fathers, brothers, sons, all drawn into this maelstrom of blood and vengeance. I looked at Vikram, his jaw set like granite, the weight of expectation heavy upon his shoulders. "It's too late to turn back," he said, his voice a low growl, each word laced with resignation. "Maybe," I replied, my heart racing. "But it's never too late to fight back." And then we heard it, the war cry of our enemies, a sound that could freeze the blood in one's veins. They surged like a tide, waves of fury crashing against the remnants of our village. The shadows swallowed the light, and I felt the chilling grip of fear take hold. I thought of Aruna, her heart so full of love and strength. Would she stand with us against the onslaught, or was this her end? I remember the moment vividly, time stretched and twisted, bending around us like the gnarled branches of ancient trees. The first clash of steel sounded like a sickening crack of thunder. The battlefield erupted in chaos, bodies colliding, screams mingling with the metallic scent of blood. I saw Vikram, a whirlwind of motion, his sword cutting through the air, but even the fiercest of warriors can falter before the unrelenting tide of grief. In the midst of the chaos, our eyes locked, a fleeting moment of connection that spoke volumes. I could see the flicker of doubt in his gaze. What if this was not the victory we sought? What if glory was but an illusion, a cruel trick of fate? The night air grew colder, and I could feel the shadows creeping closer, enveloping us in an embrace that promised both death and glory. Aruna fought with the ferocity of a storm, yet even she could not escape the spectre of loss. As she struck down an enemy, her eyes were vacant, haunted by the ghost of her brother. "Forgive me," she whispered to the night, as if the very fabric of the universe could hear her desperate plea. I ran to her, our hands brushed, a fleeting connection amidst the chaos. "We fight for them," I shouted over the din, "for our past, for our future. We cannot let despair swallow us whole." The fire in her eyes flickered, but it was still there, a stubborn ember refusing to die. And there it was, the moment of truth, the crescendo of our collective heartbeat. The clash of swords reached a fever pitch, and I felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, igniting hope in the pit of my stomach. But that hope was fragile, a bird with broken wings, teetering on the edge of survival. The ground beneath us was soaked with the blood of our ancestors, the ghosts of those who had fought before us, their souls lingering like a distant echo. I thought of Vikram, thought of Aruna, and the weight of our choices settled upon me like a heavy cloak. "We will not be forgotten," I cried, the words ripping from my throat, raw and unfiltered. And just as the tide seemed unfathomably against us, a flicker of light broke through the darkness, a rallying call, a whisper of resilience. The silhouettes of our warriors gathered, a storm of defiance against the encroaching shadows. In that moment, I realized the establishment of the Western Chalukyas wasn't merely about land or power. It was about the spirit of a people, the heart of a community, each beat a declaration of life in the face of oblivion. The battle raged on, a chaotic symphony of life and death, and I felt the world dissolve around me, time, space, even fear, not gone, but transformed into something powerful, something we could wield. And as the night deepened, the war cries faded into a haunting echo, a reminder of the fragility of existence. I held on to that moment tightly, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of our lives, intermingling pain and resilience. The dawn would break soon, but what would it promise? Would it bring hope or despair? I couldn't say. All I knew was that even in the darkest of nights, as long as we breathed, we would fight. And somewhere, deep within, I felt the stirrings of a dream, a flicker of a new legacy waiting to be born, as the world turned on its endless axis. The sun hung low in the sky, a bloody orb bleeding crimson over the rugged Deccan landscape, and in that moment, I felt it, a tremor beneath my feet, a fracture in the very fabric of existence. Dust swirled in the stillness, clinging to my skin like a lover's last breath. I remember the whispers, the hushed voices of the monks echoing through the stone corridors, chanting hymns that seemed to rise up from the earth itself. They spoke of compassion, of karma, of the delicate balance that hung between life and death, and I clutched my heart, feeling the weight of their words pressing down like the stone that had crushed so many dreams before. Kiran stood 3 paces from me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her fingers trembling as she reached for the ancient scrolls that lay scattered at our feet. Each scroll was a testament to the teachings of the Buddha, a whisper of the Jain path, all crumbling beneath the weight of history. "Why must we still carry these burdens?" she cried, her voice breaking like glass. "Why must we be haunted by the echoes of a past we cannot change?" I could see the conflict raging within her, a heart torn between the chains of tradition and the longing for freedom. She was beautiful, a flicker of fire in a world draped in shadows, but those flames were consuming her. The teachings of compassion and non-violence had molded her, yet the violence of our reality twisted her into knots, a living contradiction. I wanted to reach out, to pull her from the brink, but the intensity of her sorrow felt like a chasm, deep and unyielding. Across the room, Ravi leaned against the cool stone wall, his arms crossed, defiant. I felt the familiar rush of frustration. He was a scholar of the Jain texts, a believer in the path of non-violence, yet here he was, staring at Kiran as if she were a beast ready to pounce. His brow furrowed, and I sensed the battle within him, the desire to uphold his beliefs clashing with the chaos that surrounded us. "Kiran, you don't understand," he shouted, his voice like thunder, ricocheting off the walls. "These teachings are our lifeline. Without them, we are nothing but shadows in a world of night." But Kiran wasn't listening. She had stepped into a dream, a realm where the weight of the world's suffering hung heavy on her heart. I saw her confront the memories, the ghosts of the past clawing at her spirit, and I felt the pain of 1,000 lifetimes within her. "And what of those shadows?" she whispered, her voice trembling now, teetering on the edge of despair. What of the ones who suffer in silence, who are crushed beneath the wheel of this so-called enlightenment? Can you not see that your precious teachings have lost their way? Ravi's eyes flared with anger, but beneath that rage, I saw fear, the fear of losing the very foundation that had sustained him. He was a man of intellect, drowning in the sea of philosophy, yet he stood on the precipice of doubt. If we abandon our path, what then? He asked, desperation creeping into his tone. What becomes of us? Who will we be? I felt the tension coil between them, a taut string ready to snap, each heartbeat echoing in the silence that wrapped around us like a shroud. The teachings of Buddhism and Jainism had guided countless souls through the labyrinth of existence, yet here we were, three broken pieces of a puzzle that refused to fit together. The philosophy of compassion clashed with the visceral reality of pain, and I felt the weight of that contradiction settle heavily on my shoulders. In that moment of quiet turmoil, I thought of the temples that dotted the Deccan landscape, their ancient stones cradling the aspirations of millions. I had wandered through those sacred halls, lost in the beauty of intricate carvings that spoke of love and loss, of enlightenment and despair. But the ghosts of those who had come before us haunted me still, their suffering woven into the very stone, the very air we breathed. We are the echoes of our ancestors, you know, I murmured, barely audible above the heartbeat of the universe. They whisper their stories through us, their fears and hopes, their joys and sorrows. Kieran turned to me, her eyes wide, raw with emotion. And what stories do we tell, if not the ones that shatter our hearts? I felt her pain like a dagger in my chest, twisting and turning until I could barely breathe. Perhaps the stories we tell are the ones that make us human, I replied, my voice thick with unshed tears. Not the ones that offer easy answers, but the ones that embrace the chaos, the struggle, the very essence of what it means to live. A silence enveloped us, heavy with the weight of our words, and I could feel the shadows inching closer. The teachings held a mirror to our souls, they revealed the truth of our existence, but the truth was a double-edged sword. It cut deep, exposing the wounds we tried to hide, yet it also illuminated the path to healing, to understanding. Ravi stepped forward, his voice softer now, a quiet storm brewing beneath the surface. Then let us weave a new story. The air shimmered with possibility, and I felt the pulse of the universe quicken around us, a cosmic dance of light and shadow, of hope and despair. A story that embraces the chaos. Kieran asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, he breathed, as if the word was a prayer. Let us find a way to reconcile the teachings with the pain. To be both the scholar and the rebel. To honor the past while breaking free of its chains. And I felt it, the swell of something profound rising within me, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of conflict, a unity found in our shared struggle. The tension still crackled, but it was no longer a barrier. It was a bridge, stretching forth into the unknown, where the teachings of the Buddha and the paths of Jainism could intertwine, creating something beautiful, something alive. The sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretching long into the twilight, and I knew we were on the precipice of something extraordinary. The night was alive with whispers, the echoes of ancient sages and forgotten souls urging us forward. Our hearts synchronized, beating to the rhythm of a new story, one that had yet to be told. And as we stood there, united in our flawed humanity, I could almost hear the laughter of the cosmos, a cosmic jest reminding us that we, too, were part of this grand tapestry of existence, a tapestry woven from the threads of suffering, joy, enlightenment, and the endless quest for meaning. The darkness beckoned, but it was no longer something to fear, it was merely the backdrop for the light we would create together. The weight of the moment hung heavy, yet the promise of a new dawn shimmered on the horizon, just out of reach, and I felt the thrill of anticipation coursing through my veins. The story was just beginning. The chaos erupted like an unholy chorus at twilight, the air thick with the weight of unfulfilled prayers and the clamor of steel. I still hear it, the clash of swords, a haunting melody that dances in the recesses of my mind, echoing against the walls of memory. I stood there, frozen, watching the flames leap toward the heavens, licking at the night sky, engulfing the remnants of a world I once thought invincible. The city, vibrant and alive, was now a ghost, its laughter silenced, its dreams reduced to whispers carried away by the winds of fate. I remember the faces, their eyes wide with shock, mouths agape in silent screams. There was Asha, her hair a tempest of black against the flickering orange glow, her heart a fragile bird caught in a storm. She had always been the brave one, the one who dared to dream, to hope. But in that moment, dreams were ashes, and hope was a cruel joke played by the universe. The shadows cast by the inferno danced around her, enveloping her like a shroud, and I could see the flicker of despair sharpening her features, turning her from a dreamer into a spectre. Then there was Arjun, my brother. His hands were stained with the blood of our people, his soul burdened with a weight he could never share. The screams of the fallen haunted him, slipping into his mind like poisonous whispers, taunting him with thoughts of valor and sacrifice. He stood tall, though his heart trembled at the thought of what he had to become. Who was this warrior forged in the crucible of conflict? I felt pride and terror intertwine within me, a gnarly vine of emotions I could scarcely untangle. Fight or flee, he had said moments before the onslaught, his voice steady, yet tinged with the desperation of someone who knew the cost of bravery. I had chosen to stand by him, a fool clutching at the fabric of destiny, stitching together courage, terror, and love into a makeshift armor. But as I stared into the abyss of chaos consuming our world, I began to wonder if fleeing would have been the wiser choice. The Delhi Sultanate had arrived, a storm on the horizon, a shadow that stretched across the plains, darkening the sun. Their banners flapped in the wind, a cruel reminder that change is often violent. They spoke of conquest, of dominance, their voices a chilling symphony that reverberated through the hearts of those left behind. They promised power and glory to their followers, but we knew better. We had seen the devastation, the cries of the innocents, and we understood the cost of ambition, a price paid in blood, in tears. I remember the taste of ash in my mouth as the night deepened, a metallic tang that clung to my tongue. Asha's hand found mine, a lifeline amid the storm. "We cannot let them take our home," she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in a tempest. I wanted to believe in her words, to wield them like a sword against the encroaching darkness, but the weight of despair pressed down on my chest, suffocating, relentless. The battle raged, a cacophony of shouts and the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground, the sound of dreams being extinguished. I saw Arjun charge forward, a lion among lambs, but even lions can falter. Fear lanced through my heart, twisting and turning like a knife as I watched him disappear into the melee, a figure consumed by shadows. I wanted to scream his name, to pull him back, but the world had narrowed to the chaos around me, a vortex that threatened to swallow me whole. "Face them!" Asha urged, her voice slicing through the din, but my feet felt rooted to the earth, anchored by an invisible chain of horror. I glanced around, searching for a sign, something that would tether me to reality. The moon hung high above, cold and indifferent, its light spilling across the battlefield like a blanket of false hope. "Together," Asha said firmly, squeezing my hand, her determination igniting a flicker of defiance within me. For a fleeting moment, I saw the fire in her eyes, an ember that had not yet been extinguished. "We will not be forgotten." Her courage became my own. We plunged into the fray, our bodies a flurry of motion, propelled by the adrenaline of survival. The clang of metal against metal rang in my ears, a dissonant symphony that drowned out reason. I felt the pulse of the universe resonate within me as I fought, each blow a prayer, each parry a plea for salvation. But amid the chaos, my mind drifted back to memories, to laughter shared under the golden sun, to the softness of Asha's smile before the shadows had come. Time twisted and warped, seconds stretching into eternity as the battle wore on. I caught glimpses of the enemy, faces devoid of humanity, eyes glazed over by the frenzy of bloodlust. They fought with the ferocity of those who had lost everything, and I shuddered to think what kind of life had birthed such a monster. I felt the echo of their pain reverberating within me, a mirror reflecting a truth I had yet to grasp. We were all trapped in this cycle of suffering. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, raw and visceral. Asha fell, her body crumpling to the ground like a wilting flower, and the world dimmed. I remember the moment stretching, bending, warping. Time became a cruel trickster, and I rushed to her side, cradling her head in my arms, feeling the warmth of life slip away. "No, no, no," and my words fell into the silence, a futile echo against the backdrop of chaos. Her eyes met mine, pools of liquid sorrow, and in that gaze, I saw the ghosts of our dreams, all the tomorrows we would never share. "Fight," she whispered, her breath a fragile thread, for us. And then the light faded, her spark extinguished, leaving me hollow, an empty vessel adrift in a storm of grief. The battle raged on, but I had crossed into another realm, a place of agony where hope bled into despair. My heart thundered in my chest, a war drum keeping pace with the chaos that surrounded me. I fought, but every swing was now fueled by rage, a tempest of emotion surging within. The Delhi Sultanate would learn that they had awakened a beast, a whirlwind of anguish and fury that would not rest until every ghost was avenged. The night veered into an abyss of darkness, shadows stretching across the battlefield, swallowing the last remnants of reason. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of destiny closing in around me, inevitable, unyielding. I had entered a world where nothing would ever be the same, where the dawn would rise on the ashes of all we had lost. And as I plunged deeper into the storm, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The arrival of the Delhi Sultanate was not merely a chapter, it was the prologue to our unraveling, a dark omen hanging over us like the moon, forever eclipsed by shadows. The air is thick, smothering. Shadows stretch across the cobblestones, each flicker of torchlight revealing the trembling faces of the men gathered in the courtyard. A low murmur clings to the night like a shroud. I remember how the moon, a pale witness, hung heavy in the sky, casting a ghostly glow over the scene, a stage set for chaos. The scent of sweat and fear mingles, sharp and acrid, as Salim grips his sword, knuckles white, heart pounding like a war drum against his chest. He can feel it, the pulse of the city, alive and throbbing, as if the very stones beneath his feet have absorbed centuries of angst and anticipation. Tonight, we fight for our future, he rasps, voice barely above a whisper, but it strikes like lightning among his comrades. But is it really a future? Or just a desperate grasping at shadows? The weight of the question knots in his stomach, the iron taste of dread lingering on his tongue. Beside him stands Amina, eyes ablaze with determination, yet haunted by an uncertainty that gnaws at her resolve. They say she's a witch, a sorceress cloaked in the guise of a woman. They fear her, and in that fear lies power, power she never sought but can't seem to escape. We fight not just for us, she breathes, her voice imbued with a fierce urgency, but for those who came before and those yet to come. The memory of the ancestors whispers through her like a haunting melody, a twisted lullaby echoing through the centuries. Time stretches, each second a taut string ready to snap. The whispers of the past coil around her like serpents, and she wonders if they were ever truly free. She remembers her mother, eyes closed, whispering tales of lost loves and lost kingdoms. We are all ghosts, my dear, walking through the ruins of our dreams. A shiver runs down her spine. She glances at Salim, their destinies entwined like vines reaching for the sun, yet here they are, poised on the precipice of destruction. An ominous rumble rolls through the night, distant yet palpable, like the growl of a restless beast. It's the sound of the enemy approaching, a tide of armored men, their intentions as dark as the pitch-black sky above them. Her heart races, not just with fear, but with the exhilarating thrill of defiance. This is not merely a fight, it is a battle for identity, for existence. Salim's gaze meets hers, and in that exchange, a silent pact forms, binding them together in a moment that transcends time. Do you remember our childhood dreams? He asks, a fleeting smile breaking through the tension. We thought we'd conquer the world with nothing but our wits and a handful of marbles. The absurdity of it all catches her off guard, and she can't help but chuckle, even as the darkness looms. Oh, how naive we were, she replies with a smirk, but the laughter dies in her throat as the ground beneath them trembles with the march of their fate. When the clash finally erupts, it's a cacophony, a symphony of chaos. Steel meets steel, and the cries of the wounded weave a tapestry of agony and valor. Salim fights like a man possessed, a whirlwind of fury and despair. Each swing of his sword is a prayer, each foe he strikes down a step closer to liberation, or perhaps oblivion. The adrenaline surges through him, blinding him to the blood that paints the ground, slick and red, like the colors of an artist's palette gone mad. The darkness closes in, and Amina wades into the fray beside him, casting spells that shimmer with ethereal light. She draws upon the ancient whispers, channeling the power of her ancestors, fingers dancing in the air as if conducting an unseen orchestra. The magic crackles, illuminating the night, a momentary flame against an overwhelming shadow. Yet a flicker of doubt pierces her heart. Can she truly wield this power? Can she protect the one she loves without losing herself in the process? She remembers her grandmother's words, "The strongest magic often carries the heaviest price." A chill seeps into her veins, and she questions if the cost of their rebellion will be too dear. But in the eyes of those around her, their hopes, their fears, she finds the strength to continue. The battle rages, a living nightmare, a twisted dance of death and life. In the midst of the chaos, the enemy commander, a figure clad in shadows, steps forward. His presence is a tempest, a vision of destruction that makes the very air shudder. Salim locks eyes with him, a silent recognition sparking between them, two men caught in the maelstrom of fate, each fighting for their own version of glory. The commander smirks, as if he's seen this all before, as if he knows that the dreams of a young warrior often wither under the weight of reality. "Is this your idea of liberation?" the commander taunts, voice dripping with scorn. "You think you can change the world with dreams and swords?" It's a dagger aimed straight at Salim's heart, and the words echo in his mind, a relentless reminder of their insignificance. But in that moment, amidst the clanging steel and the cries of the fallen, he realizes, maybe it's not about changing the world. Maybe it's about carving out a piece of it that is undeniably theirs, a sanctuary amidst the chaos. The tide of the battle sways, and Amina feels the ground shift beneath her with every spell cast, every foe vanquished. But as the fight drags on, exhaustion seeps into her bones, a heavy cloak that threatens to drown her hopes. She knows the enemy is relentless, but so are they. She remembers her childhood dreams, the laughter of friends long gone, and with that memory comes an insatiable fire. Together, she shouts to Salim, their voices rising above the din, "We are stronger together." The energy surges around them, an electric charge igniting their spirits. The world narrows, and in that sacred space, they become more than mere mortals. They are the embodiment of rebellion, of love, of dreams reborn in the furnace of conflict. But the shadows linger, and with every advance, the price of their defiance looms larger. The moment stretches, a fragile thread pulling taut, ready to snap into the unknown. As the enemy presses on, Salim and Amina realize that this fight, this struggle, is only the beginning. The emergence of the Bahmani Sultanate was not merely a historical event, it was a storm on the horizon, a pulse in the heart of a new era. And as they stand back to back, swords raised, they feel the weight of the past, the whisper of the future, and the raw, unyielding power of hope and fear intertwined. Time swirls around them like a tempest, and beneath the chaos, an unbreakable bond forms, binding their fates together in ways they could never have imagined. In that moment, they are not just warriors, they are the echoes of history, the embodiment of the struggle for an identity yet to be defined. And as the night stretches on, they brace themselves for whatever comes next, because the battle has only just begun. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy crackling like a tempest on the horizon. I stood there, frozen, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the parched fields of Vijayanagara. The distant echo of drums pounded in my chest, a heart-wrenching reminder that the clash of steel and the cries of the fallen were just moments away. I could smell the sweat and iron, the fear mingling with the scent of earth churned by frantic feet, the pulse of a people straining against chains they could not see but felt in their very bones. Rogva, a soldier with a heart like a caged bird, was not ready for this moment. He gripped his spear as if it were a lifeline. "I should be home," he muttered, the words slipping through his lips like the last breath of twilight. Home, where laughter danced like sunlight on water, where the shadows were safe, not filled with the specters of war. But the drums beat on, relentless, and he tightened his grip, willing himself to transform fear into fury. "I'm not afraid." Yet in his eyes, I saw the truth shimmer like a mirage. He was terrified, lost in the storm swirling inside him. Then there was Anika, her spirit fierce as the flames that decorated her family's hearth. She stood on the cusp of battle, a wildflower in a field of weeds, her heart thundering, not from courage, but from a longing deeper than the chasms of the earth. She had come to fight, yes, but also to find her brother, missing in the chaos of growing revolt. "Kavi," she whispered, his name a prayer, a curse, a hope wrapped in desperation. The world swirled around her, chaos and courage, love and loss, and all she could think of was the void left in her heart, a gaping hole that threatened to swallow her whole. The sky darkened, and the wind howled, as if the cosmos itself mourned the impending clash. I remember the heat, its suffocating embrace, the dust rising like ghosts from the earth, swirling around us, a reminder that history was never clean. It was messy, bloody, and woven with the threads of humanity's most primal instincts. "What are we fighting for?" Rogva shouted, the question hanging in the air, heavy and pregnant with dread. The warriors around him answered with shouts of loyalty, of pride, but I sensed the tremor beneath their bravado. What was honor in a world where blood often washed away the truth? The whistle of arrows shrieked like banshees in the night, piercing the silence that had settled like a shroud. The first clash of swords sang a bitter melody, it cut through the air sharper than any blade. I could see the fear in Rogva's eyes as he charged forward, propelled by the ghosts that whispered promises of glory, of legends yet unwritten. But glory was a cruel mistress, and I knew, as surely as I could feel the earth tremble beneath my feet, that lives would be lost, dreams shattered under the weight of ambition. Anika, too, surged into the fray, her heart racing as she called out for Kavi. "Where are you?" The word slipped from her mouth, echoing against the chaos, a haunting refrain in the cacophony of clashing metal. Each shout sent a jolt through her, a reminder of the love she clung to even as the world around her was painted in shades of red. She fought with fierce tenacity, her spirit a blazing comet in a night sky full of darkness. But each swing of her sword was also a plea, a desperate cry to the universe to return what had been stolen from her. I remember the moment when the clash of battle turned into a symphony of tragedy. Rogva fell, a gasp escaping his lips as the ground rushed to embrace him. The light in his eyes dimmed, flickering like a candle in a storm, and with it, a piece of hope slipped away. "No!" Anika screamed, the sound fracturing the air, piercing through the haze of violence. In that moment, her world shattered, the fragments of her dream scattered like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind, vulnerable, exposed to the elements, without a home. But the battle raged on, unyielding, as if the very earth demanded a sacrifice. For every life lost, another was taken, for every scream that rose high into the heavens, a soul sank deep into the abyss. I watched from the shadows, a ghost among the living, feeling every heartbeat, every pang of loss, as if they were my own. The stars that once twinkled with promise now veiled themselves behind dark clouds, mourning alongside the living, whispering tales of who we were and what we could become. In the chaos, time became a cruel joke. I felt the hours stretch and fold, the very fabric of existence twisting like the smoke from a smoldering fire. Each moment was laden with heartache, life, death, love, loss, all entwined in the intricate dance of fate. I remember the cries, the shouts of defiance, the silence that followed, each haunting echo a testament to the human condition, to our relentless need to fight, to protect, to be remembered long after the dust settled. And then, just as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, a new dawn began to break. It was not a dawn of light, but of realization, a shift, a tremor in the fabric of the universe, laying bare the path ahead. The drums became a heartbeat, the swords a symphony of sacrifice, and in that moment, I felt it, a whisper of hope, fragile yet fierce, threading its way through the chaos, binding us together in our shared humanity. Rogva's final breath hung in the air, a testament to the cost of dreams, while Anika's fierce determination blazed like a beacon in the night. The battle was far from over, but it marked the beginning of something more, a flicker of an idea that one day, the voices of the fallen would not be silenced, that their stories would echo through the ages, demanding to be told. I could feel the world shift beneath me, a ground ready to welcome a new era. The shadows danced around us, but within that darkness, I sensed the pulse of something greater, a revolution not only of land but of spirit. A new chapter was poised to unfold, echoing with the dreams of those who dared to believe in a tomorrow worth fighting for. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth, a lingering chill wrapped itself around me like a shroud as I stood in the shadow of the monument, a structure born not just of stone but of dreams and despair. The intricately carved walls whispered secrets, each chisel mark a heartbeat from the past bleeding into the present. I could almost hear the echoes of artisans long gone, their souls trapped in the very fabric of the Deccan's architectural wonders. Arun, a sculptor with hands that bore the weight of 10 lifetimes, stood beside me. His eyes, dark pools of anguish, flickered with the dying embers of ambition. "They say this stone is alive," he muttered, his voice low and troubled. "Every curve, every detail, Their stories linger here, waiting for someone to remember. But what if nobody cared to remember? What if the stories were destined to fade like the colors of the murals he had once labored over, vibrant hues now dulled by time's relentless march? And there was Myra, the poet, her heart a tempest of passion and failure. I felt her tension hanging in the air like a storm cloud. She clutched her notebook, filled with verses that poured from her soul like rain after a drought, each line a plea, each stanza a desperate gasp for recognition. "Do you think they'll remember us?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, like a candle flickering in the wind. I could see she was terrified. Terrified that her words, her essence, would be rendered meaningless against the backdrop of stones that had witnessed centuries. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced along the walls, shadows that seemed to taunt us, to remind us of the fleeting nature of our existence. "Look," Arun pointed, his finger trembling as he traced a figure carved into the stone, a maiden with eyes wide open, forever staring, forever lost. She was once real. Who was she? Lover? Dreamer? Or just another soul swallowed by the passage of time? Time, I echoed, feeling its weight, the tick-tock of history pressing down like a hammer. It can be merciless, can't it? The words hung between us, a fragile thread in the growing darkness. What did we leave behind? What would remain of us when the final breath had been drawn? Myra turned her gaze to the sprawling city beyond the monument, a labyrinth of chaos and beauty. "Look at them," she said, her voice rising with fervor. They rush past, oblivious to the stories etched in these stones. They're so caught up in their own lives, their own dramas, distracted by the mundane. Love, death, art, they're all here, but they can't see it. Her eyes glistened, reflecting both the fire of her spirit and the sorrow of her realization. The festival was in full swing, vibrant colors and laughter spilling into the streets like an overflowing river. Yet, amidst the revelry, I felt an eerie disconnect. The world was alive, throbbing with energy, yet here we stood, cocooned in our melancholy. The music pulsed like a heartbeat, but it felt distant, a ghostly echo of what once was. Arun's shoulders sagged, I could sense the weight of unfulfilled dreams pressing down on him. I've carved countless statues, each one a piece of my heart, and yet, he faltered, his voice choked with the anguish of unrecognized genius, I am still here, nameless, just another shadow among shadows. Beneath the laughter and the vibrant tapestries of color, the cries of artisans long silence lingered. I felt it, the unyielding grip of despair entwined with the beauty around us, an ache that seemed to escalate with every heartbeat. The past clawed at my mind, memories flaring like fireworks, bright and brief, before fading into nothingness. Myra's eyes widened, reflecting that same ache. What if we're forgotten? What if our art, our very existence, means nothing? Her hands trembled, ink-stained fingers trembling with urgency. I want to scream, to shatter this silence that coats everything like dust. I want them to remember us. Her words spilled forth, a torrent of passionate defiance against the inevitability of oblivion. The moon rose, cold and watchful, casting an otherworldly glow upon the ancient stones. I looked at Arun and Myra, two souls adrift in a sea of unfulfilled desires, and for a moment, we were bound by a shared heartbeat. Maybe it's not about being remembered, I whispered, the weight of the night pressing down. Maybe it's about the act of creation itself. It's in the struggle, the fight against the fading light. But beneath that faint glimmer of hope, a whisper of dread curled in my stomach. The city was a creature of contradictions, a tapestry woven of joy and sorrow, yet here we were, three flawed beings grappling with the enormity of existence. The shadows loomed larger, a tangible reminder of the lives lost, ambitions crushed under the weight of time. As the night deepened, I felt the oppressive silence close in on us, choked by the weight of unsaid words. Arun's hands clenched into fists, his jaw hardened with determination. Then we carve our names into the stone of history. We will etch our stories until they bleed from the walls. His voice rose, cracking the stillness, a defiance against the very ghosts that haunted us. Myra nodded, her spirit ignited. And I will write until my ink runs dry. I will weave the echoes of our souls into every line, every stanza. There was a fire in her eyes, a fierce resolve that momentarily lit the dark corners of our despair. Yet, even as they spoke of rebellion against the relentless march of time, I felt the encroaching shadows, a reminder that nothing, no masterpiece, no poem, could escape the grasp of mortality. The night grew colder, more oppressive, as if the very cosmos conspired against us, and we danced in the face of despair, caught in a riptide of passion and fear. "Do you remember?" I asked, my voice barely a breath. "Do you remember the first time you saw a masterpiece that took your breath away? The way art could transcend time." Yes, they remembered. We all did. But those memories were fleeting, lost like grains of sand slipping through our fingers. I held their gaze, feeling both united and achingly separated by the weight of our dreams. The night pulsed around us, an endless cycle of creation and destruction, and as we stood there, wrapped in our fragile hopes, it struck me, the only thing we could do was create, to fill the silence with our noise, to carve our despair into the stone and let it echo through eternity. The shadows continued to stretch, creeping toward us as if the universe itself were closing in, but the fire within us burned bright. And in that moment, as we stood before the imposing monument, our hearts heavy yet defiant, I realized that the art we created, the words we penned, would forever bind us to the history of the Deccan. We were part of this cycle, this beautiful, brutal dance with time. And so the night lingered, a heartbeat suspended in an eternal moment, as the world outside throbbed with life, beauty, and the relentless march of time. The air crackled, a tension, a buzz, like the moment just before a storm breaks. I could taste the dust, the metallic tang of fear mingling with the scent of sweat, as I stood there, frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, watching the shadows stretch across the sun-bleached stones of the marketplace. Merchants yelled, their voices laced with desperation, bargaining over spices that had traveled leagues, whispers of wealth hanging heavy in the air. But this wasn't just about trade, it was a battleground cloaked in the guise of commerce, and I was about to witness the clash that would rip through the heart of the Deccan. Ravi, a once hopeful trader, now stood at the crossroads of his ambition and despair. His hands, once steady, trembled as he gripped the edge of a weathered crate. Inside lay silks from far-off lands, each thread whispering tales of distant shores. But the market was a cauldron of chaos, rumors of bandits on the trade routes festered, darkening the corners of every stall. Money could flow like water, but not when fear ran deeper. I remember when we were children, he had said to me once, laughter dancing in his eyes like sunlight on the Ganges. We dreamed of riches, sailing the seas in grand ships. But here he stood, a figure carved from the stone of disappointment, dreams ground to dust beneath the weight of reality. The weight of the trade routes twisted around him like a noose, tightening with every failed deal, every attack in the night. And then there was Aditi, fierce and radiant, a flame flickering amidst the shadows. Her spirit was a tempest, filled with a resolve that could ignite cities or burn them to the ground. She had watched too many fall victim to the greed that the trade routes fueled. They take our lives, our dignity, all for gold, she had cried, her voice slicing through the silence of the night like a dagger. We cannot let them win. Yet, as waves of conflict surged around her, I could see the cracks in her armor, the fear that lurked beneath her bravado. What did it mean to fight when every victory felt hollow, every loss a deeper wound? A lone trumpet blared, slicing through the cacophony, a signal of something darker. The bandits were near. I could feel it. The air thickened, pulsating with dread. Ravi's eyes met mine, reflecting a shared understanding, a silent promise that even if we fell, we would fall together. But back then, we were just kids, running through fields, unaware of the iron chains that would bind us so tightly. Aditi stood at the edge of the crowd, her body taut, ready for anything. I could see her breath quicken, the weight of her convictions coiling around her like a serpent, threatening to suffocate her. "What will you do, Ravi?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Will you fight or will you keep your head down, hoping the storm passes without touching you?" The question hung between us, heavy and ominous. I could see Ravi's heart battling with his mind, his dreams crashing against the jagged rocks of reality. He started, but the words stumbled, lost in the tempest of the moment. He was a moth drawn to a flame, but what if that flame burned him alive? The trade routes, so rich in promise, had become rivers of blood. We all knew it, felt it in our bones. The price of ambition was too often paid in lives. A distant shout pierced the air, a cry of warning. The bandits were upon us. Shadows darted like phantoms, cloaked figures descending from the hills like a nightmare come to life. Adrenaline surged as chaos erupted. Merchants scattered, stalls toppled, spices and precious silks mingling with dirt and despair. I felt the heat of Aditi's hand gripping my wrist, pulling me through the throng, her determination propelling us forward, but I could sense the fear gnawing at her resolve. I remember the clang of metal, the shouts, the sheer terror etched on faces that mirrored my own. It was a dance, wild, frenetic as the trade routes became a battleground, blurring the lines of commerce and conflict. The world felt suspended, time stretching infinitely as I turned to see Ravi, his eyes wide, brimming with unshed tears. The boy who once dreamed of sailing seas was now faced with the grim reality of slaughter. Would he stand and fight, or would he succumb to fear, allowing it to swallow him whole? In the midst of it all, Aditi launched forward, a lioness amidst a pack of wolves. "We cannot let them take what is ours," she roared, her voice rising above the chaos, infusing the air with courage. I felt her resolve, a flame igniting in the darkness. She was the heartbeat of defiance, a people's hope. But with every warrior spirit came the cost. The weight of her fight pressed down, the shadows inching closer, threatening to engulf her. And then I saw it, a flash of steel, a glimmer of danger aimed straight for Ravi. My heart lunged, time slowed as I shoved him aside, the blade missing him by inches, but cutting deep into the fabric of my being. Pain pulsed, raw and searing, and in that moment, I realized the truth: we are all bound by the threads of our choices. The trade routes that promised prosperity also paved the way for ruin. I fell to the ground, gasping, each breath a fiery reminder of the stakes. The market was alive with madness, and as I looked up, I saw Aditi fighting, a tempest of fury and grace, but I feared the shadows would swallow her too. Ravi knelt beside me, panic flooding his features, but as I grasped his hand, I felt the strength of our memories surge through us, urging us forward. Together, I gasped, the word barely able to escape my cracked lips, but it was enough. In that moment, we were not just traders or victims, we were warriors forged from the fire of our shared dreams and nightmares, and we would not let the darkness consume us. The tumult of the trade routes raged on, a tempest of destiny entwined with our fates, each heartbeat echoing in defiance against the bleakness. The battle for our lives, and our souls, had begun, and as the dust rose around us, I knew this moment was just the beginning of something far more profound and terrible. It was a dance with shadows that would never truly end. The candle flickered, casting a dance of shadows across the damp stone walls, and for a moment, the tension in the air felt electric, almost alive. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the sound of shouting echoed through the narrow corridors of the Bahmani palace. Voices, angry, desperate, sliced through the heavy silence like daggers, and each syllable dripped with betrayal. I remember the heat of that moment, the way the world felt as if it were teetering on the edge of a precipice, a storm waiting to break. In that instant, everything shimmered with a sinister promise: the Sultanate, once a beacon of power, was now a fragile shadow. Safar, my brother, stood at the threshold, his face pallid but set, determination etched into every line. He was the bravest among us, yet I could see the tremor in his hands, the way they curled into fists, betraying the fear gnawing at his heart. "They're turning against us," he muttered, eyes darting like a trapped animal, searching for an escape. "The nobles, they're plotting." Each word was a hammer striking against the anvil of my mind, reverberating with the truth of our crumbling reality. But it was not just the nobles who loomed like ghosts in our future, it was the darkness within our own family that threatened to devour us whole. I could feel the weight of that darkness pressing down on me, suffocating, relentless. Each moment of hesitation felt like an echo of the past, a reminder of our father's downfall, of the whispers that had spiraled into chaos. "Do you remember the night he was taken?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, but the memory clawed at me fiercely. How they dragged him away like a filthy rag, as if he were nothing but a memory. Safar's jaw clenched, and I could see the shadows of our shared history flickering in his eyes. The Bahmani strength we had inherited now seemed a fragile tether, fraying at the edges. The betrayal of kin had transformed our once grand legacy into a bitter mockery of itself. "We've got to act," he said, urgency spilling from him like a river meeting the sea, wild and destructive. "Before it's too late. Before it's too late." The words echoed in my mind. How many times had we whispered those very words into the night, as if the stars could hear our fears and somehow intervene? But they remained silent, indifferent. Just as history would be, I thought grimly. It had no sympathy for the weak, no mercy for the divided. A shuffling sound drew my attention. I turned to see our cousin, Razia, her face pale and drawn. She had always been the wild spirit among us, laughter bubbling from her lips like spring water, but now her eyes were wide with terror. "They found out," she gasped, breathless. "They know about the cache in the East Wing. They're coming for it." And in that moment, everything fell away. The echoes of our family's past, the laughter, the dreams, the whispered promises of glory, were overshadowed by the raw, jagged reality of survival. The treasure hidden in the East Wing was not merely gold or jewels, it was the last glimmer of hope for us, a symbol of our defiance against the encroaching darkness. I felt the walls closing in, my heart racing as the weight of our choices bore down upon me. "Razia!" I reached for her, desperate to pull her back from the brink of despair. "We can't let them take it. We have to fight." But even as I spoke, I felt the tremors of doubt ripple through me. Did we have the strength? Did we have the will? The answer lay beyond the reach of our immediate fears, a cosmic game of fate where we were mere pawns. It was a haunting thought, one that clawed at my spirit. I remembered the stories of stars falling from the sky, of cities rising and crumbling to dust. It was all a cycle, a dance of power and betrayal, and we were trapped in this relentless waltz. Safar stepped forward, his presence commanding, eyes fierce like a predator's. "We will not let our bloodline die in the shadows," he declared, and his voice rang through the halls like a war cry, echoing against the very stones that had witnessed our rise and now threatened our fall. But inside, I felt the tremors of doubt. Would we be the architects of our own destruction? As we moved through the palace, each corridor seemed haunted by the ghosts of our ancestors, their whispers curling around us like smoke. They had built this empire on dreams and blood, and now the blood was ours. The nobles, once our allies, now stood poised with knives tucked under their robes, hungry for power, hungry for control. Would they strike first? Would they tear apart our family in their greed? The thought sent a chill down my spine. I could see the glint of betrayal in their eyes, the way their smiles twisted into grimace of ambition. Together, Razia, Safar, and I forged ahead, our hearts pounding in rhythm with the ticking clock of destiny. We were on the brink, each step laden with the weight of our choices. Panic surged through me, a tide of despair threatening to drown us. The cries of our people echoed in the distance, a reminder that beyond these walls laid a crumbling kingdom, teetering on the brink of ruin. "Remember," Safar said quietly, his voice steady, a lighthouse in a storm. "We are not just fighting for ourselves, but for all those who have come before us." His words hung in the air, a fragile promise wrapped in desperation. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were racing against time, against the shadows that lurked just beyond our vision. The night was closing in on us, thick and suffocating, while our dreams of glory began to slip through our fingers like sand. The ghosts of our past would not let us go easily. And as we approached the East Wing, the air thickened, heavy with the weight of decisions made and paths unrevealed. I could feel it, a suffocating tension, a breath held too long. The walls whispered secrets, the shadows danced with foreboding, and somewhere in that darkness, the truth lay waiting, sharp and unyielding, a dagger ready to plunge into the heart of our family, our dreams, our very existence. The moon hung like a silver coin dropped into the deep well of night, casting eerie shadows that danced across the crumbling walls of Bijapur. In the distance, the muffled sounds of chaos reverberated, a heartbeat quickening beneath the stillness, a clash of steel, the desperate cries of men woven with the torn fabric of loyalty and betrayal. I stood there, frozen, at the precipice of history, watching the flickering torchlights that glinted like the eyes of ravenous wolves hungry for blood. "Run!" shouted a voice, raw with urgency. It was Farhan, his face streaked with the dust of war. His eyes, once so full of laughter and dreams, now reflected a world spiraling into madness. In the heart of this storm, I felt the urgency pulse through my veins. His gaze locked onto mine, pleading, "If you value your life, you have to go now." But how could I turn my back on this, on him? I had known Farhan since our childhood, our laughter echoing through the streets of Golconda like the soft chime of temple bells, innocent and carefree. Now, those memories felt like ghosts swirling in the thick air of impending doom. The scent of burnt incense and blood mixed, a suffocating reminder of our fates intertwined. "Do you remember when we dreamed of kingship?" I whispered, my voice almost lost amid the thunderous clash of swords. "When we thought we could change the world?" A sharp laugh escaped his lips, but it was tinged with bitterness. "Change? We're just pawns in a game, my friend. Kings don't dream, they conquer." He turned, running into the chaos, and I felt every step he took pull at the strings of my heart. I remembered the stories of our ancestors, glorious tales of bravery and victory, but what did they mean now, when the very ground beneath us quaked with the weight of betrayal? The Deccan Sultanates rose in power, each more ruthless than the last, and we were left to navigate this storm with our hearts as our compass. In the shadows of Ahmadnagar, Jahanara stood, her hands trembling as she clutched a silver dagger, its blade glistening with the light of the stars above. She was fierce, a queen in the making, but tonight she felt more like a ghost wandering through the corridors of her mind. "Am I a warrior or merely a shadow?" she lamented, her voice a haunting echo against the stone walls that had witnessed both glory and despair. "What is it to love a throne that demands blood?" A breeze whispered through the arches, brushing against her skin, as if the very air was mourning for her. Her heart ached for Farhan, a young man swept into the tides of ambition. She remembered the day he had stood before her, eyes bright and burning with passion. Together, he had sworn, "We will reclaim our heritage." But now? Now, they were caught in a web of deceit spun by their own kin. Kings and queens, she mused bitterly, wrapped in their silks, unaware of the flames licking at their feet. The clock struck midnight, its ominous chime echoing through her, a reminder that time was slipping away. Each tick felt like the beating of war drums, the sound thrumming in her chest, demanding action, demanding sacrifice. And there was me, a mere observer in this theater of shadows, a historian caught in the web of their lives. I remember the first time I saw the grandeur of Golconda, its fortifications rising like a phoenix from the ashes of past glories. But the beauty felt tarnished now, marred by bloodshed and ambition. "History is a cruel mistress," I whispered to myself, watching Jahanara's resolve harden like iron in a forge. "She rewards those who write it and punishes those who merely observe." As the skies darkened, the city became a chessboard, each move calculated, each sacrifice necessary. I could see it all unfolding like a tragic play, and my heart raced as I realized that I was as much a part of this story as they were. The men in the shadows whispered of alliances broken and kingdoms lost. The scent of betrayal was thick enough to choke on. I could hear the cries of the innocent echoing through the walls, the ghosts of those who had fallen before us. How many lives had been spent for the whims of a crown? Was power worth the price? "Farhan!" I shouted into the chaos, my voice cracking. The battle raged on, a cacophony of rage and despair, but my heart beat only for his name. Would he emerge unscathed, or would he become another ghost haunting these ancient stones? And then, a silence fell, a stillness so profound that it felt like the world had paused to take a breath. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a drum roll, a prelude to the inevitable confrontation. The air crackled with tension, and I knew something was about to break. Jahanara took a step forward, her dagger glinting. No, not just a weapon, it was a promise, a vow to reclaim her destiny. I felt the weight of her struggle settling over me like a shroud. "I will not be mere history," she declared to the night, defiance etched on her face. In that moment, I understood. The rise of the Deccan Sultanates was not merely a tale of power and greed, it was a symphony of lives entwined, of hearts yearning for something greater than themselves. It was love, betrayal, ambition, and the unyielding hope that perhaps, amidst the shadows, they could find the light. And just as quickly as it began, the storm raged anew. I felt the adrenaline surge, the realization that this was not the end, just a beginning, a cycle that would continue to spin through the ages, weaving the lives of those who dared to dream against the tapestry of time. Farhan! Jahanara! I cried, but the darkness swallowed my voice, the battle roaring back to life, pulling me into its belly, and I was left standing at the edge, heart racing, breathless, as the dawn broke on a world forever changed. The chaos beckoned again, and I had no choice but to follow. The night hung thick with tension, a palpable weight pressing down on the courtyards of the Red Fort. Shadows flickered against the cold stones, dancing nervously, as the air crackled with anticipation. I remember the scent of fear, the metallic tang of blood mingling with the sweet decay of jasmine. It was the kind of night where history held its breath, poised to strike. In the heart of this moment stood Arjun, a soldier carved from the dreams of his ancestors yet haunted by the shadows of his choices. His chest heaved, heart thundering in a rhythm of impending doom. The echoes of distant drums throbbed in his ears, a call to arms that felt less like a summons than a curse. Oh, the weight of allegiance! It crushed him, 1,000 iron shackles wound tightly around his spirit. He had followed the Mughal banner, once a bright beacon of hope, now a grim harbinger of bloodshed. For what cause? To spill the lifeblood of men who, only yesterday, shared bread with him. And then there was Nur, her fiery spirit dimmed to embers by the harsh reality that surrounded her. A daughter of the empire, she had known privilege in the ivory towers of the palace, yet the silks that caressed her skin now felt like chains. She stood alone, the moonlight painting her form in hues of silver and sorrow. A whispered prayer escaped her lips, an invocation to gods who seemed deaf to the cries of the suffering. She longed for peace, craved the sweet embrace of normalcy, yet war loomed over her like a ravenous beast. Would they even recognize her when the dust settled, when the smoke cleared? I remember the fear gnawing at her heart, the uncertainty curling around her like a serpent. What lengths would she go to protect her family? The empire, her home, was both a sanctuary and a prison. In the depths of her conflict, she bore the burden of survival, a weight so profound that it cast a shadow even on her most radiant moments. The laughter of her siblings echoed in her mind. Would they remain unscathed? Would they know her name, or would it be lost among the ruins of a shattered empire? Outside the fort's walls, chaos erupted. The clash of swords rang like a symphony of doom, and the cries of the wounded pierced the night. Arjun gritted his teeth, shoving down the rising tide of nausea. He moved through the fray, each step a reminder of the man he wished to be. He was a soldier, not a butcher. Yet, in that moment, he felt the very marrow of his soul quaking beneath the weight of his reality. What had he become? A tool of violence, a pawn in a game much larger than himself. Look away, Arjun, the voice of his brother echoed in his mind. Do not let the blood of the innocent stain your hands. But how could he look away when the fate of his family rested on his shoulders? He had promised to protect them. Yet, here he was, drowning in a sea of screams and despair. Nur's hands clenched into fists, nails biting into her palms. She was filled with a rage that burned hotter than the midday sun. It was absurd, really. The world outside her window, so vibrant and alive, now lay in tatters, a cruel joke played by fate. Families torn apart, dreams dashed against the rocks of ambition and greed. The Mughal Empire promised unity, prosperity, but what they had was a facade, a mask hiding rot and decay underneath. Each soldier that marched under that banner was not a hero but a harbinger of doom. She turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn began to bleed into the darkness. Hope felt like a distant star, flickering and barely alive. We are all just ghosts in this empire, she muttered, her voice a whisper lost amidst the chaos. A shadow play of power and betrayal. Arjun caught a glimpse of her in the flickering torchlight, and in that moment, their eyes locked, a connection forged in the fires of conflict. He felt lighter, if only for an instant. But as the cries of the wounded surged, reality crashed back over him like a tidal wave. It wasn't just his life on the line, it was hers, theirs, everyone's. The tension reached an unbearable peak. Arjun and Nur, two souls intertwined yet separated by the cruel hand of fate, confronted the swirling chaos together in their minds. Time walked around them, and the boundaries of self began to blur. The cries of the dying melded with the whispers of their hearts, their desires, their fears, their unspoken dreams. "Can we change this?" she asked, her voice trembling, and he could see the haunting question reflected in the depths of her eyes. "Can we find a way through this darkness?" "I don't know," he replied, his voice raw with despair. "All I know is survival." But even that felt hollow. Survival for what? Each breath tasted of ash, each heartbeat a reminder of the inevitability of their choices. As the dawn approached, casting a faint glow on their fractured world, shadows loomed larger, threatening to consume them whole. In that moment, it was not just the Mughal Empire holding them in its vice-like grip, but the very fabric of hope that twisted and turned, threatening to unravel in front of their eyes. I remember the silence that followed, a deafening absence of sound as they faced the reality of their shared existence. What were they willing to sacrifice for peace? How far would they go to reclaim their lives? The world outside continued to rage as they stood frozen in time, caught in a maelstrom of conflict and longing, the horizon offering no answers, only the promise of another day filled with uncertainty. And as the sun crested the horizon, casting its first rays upon the blood-soaked ground, I realized that the true impact of the Mughal Empire lay not in its conquests, but in the hearts of those it had touched, twisted, and irrevocably changed. They were not merely players in a great game, they were the very essence of humanity, aching for connection amid a world gone mad. And so, the story would continue, weaving through the shadows of history and the light of a new dawn, echoing long after the last breath had been taken. The air crackled with the scent of blood and smoke, a fiery reminder of the chaos unfolding at Talakota. Tucked behind a wall of armored men, I could feel the thrum of their fear, an electric pulse that reverberated through the ground beneath my feet. It was as if the earth itself was holding its breath, and so was I. The sound of clashing steel and anguished cries swallowed me whole, each scream like a dagger piercing through the night. It was a battleground transformed into a graveyard, and I was but a shadow among giants, trembling with an insatiable dread that gnawed at my soul. I remember the moment clearly. A man, Bodra, with eyes like molten gold, stood resolute, though his hands shook. He was not just a warrior, he was a father, a husband. A sea of memories clung to him like the bloodstains on his armor. As he tightened his grip on his sword, I could see his thoughts tumbling like leaves caught in a storm. "I fight for my family," he whispered, yet his voice trembled with uncertainty. Would he return to the laughter of his children, or would this day be the end of their stories? And then there was Rajeshwari, her spirit fierce as fire, her hair a wild tempest of determination. She paced like a caged lion, her fists clenched, eyes darting between comrades and foes, a dance of chaos. "Aren't we more than this?" she shouted, her voice slicing through the din. The warriors looked to her, their hearts swaying like the palm trees in the wind. But doubt flickered in their eyes, shadows of homes left behind and futures uncertain. I could feel Rajeshwari's heart pounding, her hope a fragile thing that threatened to shatter as the weight of the past bore down on her. The drums of war beat relentlessly, a macabre symphony heralding the end of an era. The sun, a cruel overseer, cast its dying light upon the battlefield, illuminating the faces twisted in rage and despair. I could see the fear behind the bravado, hear the quiver beneath the shouts of victory, and for the empire. Bodra and Rajeshwari were swept up in the tide of men, a wave of bravery crashing against the rocky shore of fate, yet I remained an observer, paralyzed by the horror unfolding around me. A flash of movement, Bodra lunged forward, a desperate leap into the fray. I could almost hear his heart scream, "Not today." As he slashed through the enemy lines like a falcon diving for its prey. But in that same breath, I watched as a shadow loomed behind him, an enemy, cloaked in darkness, blade raised high. Time slowed, each moment suspended like droplets of rain in a storm. I wanted to shout, to scream, to pull him back from the precipice of doom, but all that escaped my lips was silence, a hollow echo of despair. "Bodra!" Rajeshwari's voice pierced the air, raw and haunting. The agony in her shout sent ripples through my heart. She sprinted forward, a comet of fury, trailing hope behind her. But the battlefield was merciless, a cruel joke played by destiny, and I could only watch as chaos swirled around us. The clang of metal rang like church bells tolling for the dead. I remember the moment Bodra turned, just as Rajeshwari reached him, a blade slicing through the air, a shimmer of steel that promised life or death. Together! Their voices intertwined, a desperate plea hanging in the air. And yet, the world twisted as if the cosmos itself conspired against them. I was caught in a web of memory and anticipation, flashes of their laughter, their shared dreams, lives built on hope and love. But love was a trembling flame against the fury of war, and I felt the heat of its extinguishment close in on us. And then, *thud star. The sound echoed like the final note of a symphony, and my breath caught in my throat as I saw Bodra falter, a dark stain blooming on his chest like a flower of death. Time collapsed, the air thickened with anguish. Rajeshwari's scream shattered the illusion of control. It was a sound that seemed to tear through the very fabric of existence, a wail that would haunt me long after the blood had dried. Bodra! No! Her voice was raw, a primal force that twisted through the chaos, seeking, clawing, desperate for him to rise again. Her courage, magnificent yet fragile, crumbled into dust before my eyes. I felt the intensity of her heartbreak, the acceptance that this moment, this crux of time, could tear apart all they held dear. But the battle raged on, a tempest of bodies and pain. Shadows danced around us, the ghosts of fallen warriors whispered secrets of valor and despair. I felt time stretch, like an elastic band pulled taut, ready to snap. I yearned to reach out, to comfort her, to share the weight of her loss, but I was bound by fear, shackled by my helplessness. I remember the sky darkening, as if it mourned with us. The city of Vijayanagara, once a beacon of light, now stood as a monument to ruin, her glory fading with every heartbeat. The dreams of kings and queens turned to ash, their legacy crumbling like ancient stones under the relentless tide of time. The battle surged around us, a cacophony of death and desperation. As I stood there, an inconsequential spectator, my heart a synchronized drum with the chaos, I realized the truth: war doesn't just take lives, it devours souls, leaving nothing but echoes of what once was. And in that moment, as I watched Rajeshwari fall to her knees, cradling Bodra's lifeless form, I understood that the end was not just a whisper of defeat but a scream that would echo through eternity. The clock of fate was ticking, its hands relentless, and I felt the shadows closing in. The Battle of Talikota was not merely a clash of swords, it was the breaking of hearts, the shattering of dreams, and the dawning of a darkness that would haunt the remnants of Vijayanagara forever. The cold steel of a sword glints under the flickering torchlight, casting eerie shadows that dance across the damp stone walls of the fortress. It's a moment suspended in time, one heartbeat stretches into eternity. I am there, clutching my weapon, the echo of battle drums reverberating in my chest like a tribal call to arms. I remember the whispers, half his mutters, his voice barely above a breath, as if speaking louder might conjure the spirits of the fallen. His fingers tremble, not from fear but from the weight of expectation, the aching reminder of all he has lost. The sun has abandoned us, leaving only the ghosts of those who fell in pursuit of the Deccan Sultanates' glory. Amir stands beside him, a fierce warrior with dark eyes that burn like coals. Each step he takes is measured, deliberate. He knows the battlefield is a chessboard, and every pawn, every knight, every queen will count. We must hold them, he growls, the words scraping out of him like gravel in a throat. If we lose this city, we lose everything. The weight of the moment hangs thick in the air, a palpable tension that feels like a coiled serpent ready to strike. I watch as the soldiers shuffle, their breaths quickening, the acrid scent of sweat and rust filling the space between us. The enemy is at the gates, proud, relentless, their banners snapping in the wind like the cruel laughter of fate. I remember the stories my mother told, tales of valor and treachery, the glories of war like a tapestry bright and unblemished, but now, the threads unravel. The Sultanates, powerful yet fractured, are a constellation of ambition and rivalry, each ruler a star burning too brightly, too close to one another, ready to explode. The cries of men in the throes of battle stir something deep within me, a mix of dread and exhilaration. I see it in Hafiz's haunted gaze. He knows too well the horrors of war, the way blood stains the soil, the way hope withers under the weight of despair. This is for our families, he whispers, almost as a prayer. This is for our legacy. Yet, what legacy can be built on the slaughter of brothers? I can feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet as if it mourns the coming tide of violence. Amir, steadfast, grips his sword tighter, knuckles white, face set in determination tinged with desperation. He knows the Ottoman forces will not show mercy, they are wolves circling the wounded sheep. And there, in the shadows of the night, I catch the glint of gold, a figure draped in finery. It's Razia, the Sultan's daughter, her heart caught between loyalty and love. She's watching us, her eyes wide with fear, a silent scream trapped in her throat. You fight for power, she says, voice low yet sharp enough to cut through the air. But what of the people? What of the innocents? Her words hang heavy, a weighted reminder that in the dance of power, it's the common folk who are trampled beneath the feet of the mighty. I look at her, and I see the burden of expectation in her eyes, the way her spirit flickers like a candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out but still desperately fighting against the darkness. Then the earth shakes with the thundering approach of the enemy. The clash of steel against steel, the cries of men and horses, a cacophony spiraling into chaos. It's a symphony of anguish, and I am part of it, an unwilling musician in this grotesque orchestra. Amir charges forward, a lion among sheep, his roar echoing the primal instinct to survive. I follow him, heart pounding, fear and adrenaline knitting together in a frenzied dance. I remember my training, I remember each lesson as if they were engraved into my soul. And yet, the moment I step onto that battlefield, everything blurs. It's no longer strategy or tactics, it is pure survival. Harfi screams, and I glance back, momentarily pulled from my fray. His face is a mask of terror, the ghosts of his past converging around him. We can't let them win, he yells, but his voice is swallowed by the din. In that instant, I see the boy he once was, the carefree laughter before the world had hardened his heart. The battlefield has no place for sentiment, yet it's there, lurking in the corners of our minds. Razia stands at the edge of the chaos, rooted to the spot, a statue carved from fear and defiance. I want to reach for her, to tell her that her voice matters, that she is more than a pawn in this game, but the tide of battle sweeps us apart, and I am pulled back into the fray. The clash of swords, the cries of the wounded. I feel the heat of a body falling beside me, the life draining from a soldier who was once a brother in arms. I stumble, the weight of it all crushing me. I remember, I whisper, but the memories are lost in the clamor, swirling like dust in a storm. The moon hangs high, a cold witness to our turmoil. I think of the city, the homes waiting to be burned, the dreams waiting to be extinguished. I think of Hafiz, of Amir, of Razia. This night will change us, it will etch scars into our very being. We are architects of our own destruction, a testament to the folly of power and ambition. And then the fog of war draws closer, the clarity of purpose shrouded in smoke and fear. I fight, but I fight not just for territory or glory, I fight for tomorrow, for the chance to live and love in a world that feels increasingly distant. As dawn breaks, a fragile light spills over the battlefield, illuminating the wreckage of our souls. I can hear the distant cries of the survivors, the laughter of children echoing in my mind like a haunting melody. Every breath is a prayer, every heartbeat a battle cry. And still, we stand at the precipice, suspended between hope and despair, waiting for the next move in this endless game of shadows. In the end, the strategies of the Deccan Sultanates are not merely about conquest, they are about the echoes of the past, the unending cycle of loss and resilience. The battle is not over, it is a loop, a cycle that binds us in a dance as old as time itself. And as the sun rises over the horizon, we brace ourselves, knowing that the next chapter is about to unfold. The war is not just against enemies but within ourselves, a struggle that will never truly end. Blood-soaked earth, prayers clawing their way to the heavens, the air thick with the acrid stench of smoke and sweat. I remember the moment as if it were yesterday, a harrowing symphony of chaos rising from the battlefield, the clash of swords a desperate hymn of survival and despair. I stood there, my heart drumming an erratic rhythm, the cries of the dying mingling with the fervent chants of the living. Ravi, arms trembling as he clutched a rusted sword, was no warrior. He was a priest, his prayers meant to heal, not to kill. God will protect us, he whispered, the mantra spilling from his lips like a spell. But even as he uttered those words, I saw the tremor in his hands, the flicker of doubt in his eyes. He looked to the sky, searching for solace, for a sign that his faith would shield him from the doom that loomed like a specter. The ground beneath him felt like quicksand, the weight of faith and fear pulling him down. I remember the echoes of thunder, cannons roaring, the heavens themselves seemed to crack open, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a glimmer of divinity, a flash of something beyond this world amidst the carnage. But then came the screams, piercing through the silence, reminding us that even the gods were silent witnesses to this madness. How could they stand idle? What kind of divine plan allowed this slaughter to happen in their very name? In the midst of this chaos stood Sita, her heart a battlefield of its own, the embodiment of hope and despair. She was the daughter of a fallen soldier, tears staining her cheeks, her hands trembling as she clutched a small idol of Dugo, the goddess of war. "Protect us, O Mother," she cried, her voice raw with anguish, desperation threading each word. But the sound of her prayers was drowned out by the cacophony, devoured by the very forces she sought to appease. I could see the flicker of defiance in her eyes, a burning ember refusing to be snuffed out. With each heartbeat, she was torn between vengeance and faith, caught in a storm of emotions that threatened to engulf her. The specter of her father's death haunted her, she had prayed for his safe return, yet here she stood, clutching his memory like a lifeline. And there was a moment, a heartbeat in time, when Ravi caught Sita's gaze, a fragile connection forged in the crucible of despair. "Do you believe?" he asked, the question hanging in the air, heavy with the weight of their shared fears. "Believe," she whispered, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "What is belief when our gods are silent?" Her eyes sparkled with tears, each drop a testament to the lost hopes of so many, of families torn apart and dreams shattered like glass beneath the heel of war. Together, they were a tempest. Ravi with his trembling faith, Sita with her unwavering rage. The battlefield became a canvas, painted in colors of despair, but also of resilience. They fought not just with weapons but with their souls, their prayers turning into war cries, echoing across the scorched earth. "God is with us!" Ravi shouted, the words bursting forth from him as if he were trying to wrest the divinity from the silence itself. But even as he spoke, I could feel the weight of doubt clutching at him, a vine of uncertainty that wrapped around his heart. Then why does he not act? Sita's voice was a dagger, cutting through the miasma of faith and fear. Her anger was palpable, a force of nature that demanded answers, that refused to accept the silence. The ground trembled beneath them, mirroring the tumult within, the fierce clash between belief and reality, a war fought not just with swords but with spirit. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the battlefield, the shadows lengthened, creeping into the hearts of the soldiers. We could hear the whispers of the fallen, their voices mingling with the wind. So many had clutched their rosaries, their amulets, their talismans, convinced that faith could turn the tide. But faith was a fickle thing, a candle flickering in a storm, and as the night deepened, the light waned. I remember the moment the first body fell, a soldier who had promised his mother he would return. He clutched a small medallion of Shiva, the god of destruction, and in that instant, I saw the absurdity of it all. The divine could not shield him from the steel that pierced his heart. Dreams, once vibrant, now lay tangled with the roots of despair, choking the life out of hope. Ravi stumbled backward, the weight of his sword suddenly unbearable. "What do we fight for?" he gasped, the question more a prayer than a challenge. The battle raged around him, but his soul was adrift, lost in the tempest of his own making. "I fight for my father!" Sita's voice rose above the din, fierce and unyielding, yet laced with sorrow. "I fight so that his death means something." But in that moment, I saw the truth behind her words. She was not just fighting for her father, she was fighting for every lost soul, every prayer that had gone unanswered, every dream that lay in ruins. As night swallowed the battlefield, a curtain was drawn, revealing the ghosts of the past, the memories of the fallen. The air was thick with their presence, each whisper a plea, each sigh a reminder that even in death, they sought answers. I could feel the tension coiling in the air, a taut string ready to snap. In the distance, the moon rose, its silver glow illuminating faces twisted in grief and rage. And as the clock ticked forward, each second an echo of time lost, Ravi and Sita stood poised on the precipice of a reckoning, their hearts beating in sync, an unholy alliance forged in the flames of war. No conclusion, no end, just the palpable weight of the unsaid, the unanswered questions hanging heavily over their heads. And as the night deepened, the true battle began, not just for survival, but for faith itself, the very thing that would either bind them together or tear them apart in this unending cycle of bloodshed and belief. The sun hung low, a molten ball of fire sinking behind the hills, casting long fingers of shadow across the rugged terrain of the Deccan. In that fleeting moment, the air crackled with tension, a prelude to the storm that was about to break. The clattering of hooves echoed through the valley, a chaotic symphony of impending chaos. Shivaji was riding into battle, a whirlwind of ambition and rage, the ghost of his mother's teachings driving him forward. I remember the way his eyes glinted with fierce determination, like the sharpened edge of a blade, reflecting not just the light of day but the weight of 1,000 dreams and countless sacrifices. The village lay quiet, shrouded in an eerie silence that felt almost sacrilegious, as if the very earth held its breath. Women whispered prayers beneath their breath, children clutched at their mothers' skirts, their innocent eyes wide with confusion and fear. Men shuffled nervously, their hands fidgeting with the weapons they were not yet ready to wield. I remember, oh how vividly, the taste of dread mixed with hope, a concoction that twisted in my gut as I stood among them, paralyzed by the gravity of the moment. Then there was Tanaji, Shivaji's fiercest companion, his heart a volcano of loyalty and love, yet burdened by the shadow of his past. I could see the conflict waging war within him as he paced back and forth, gripping his sword like a lifeline. The ghosts of lost brothers haunted him, their faces marred by the brutality of battle. I remember his whispered confessions in the dead of night, how he mourned their dreams, their unfulfilled lives. There was something beautifully tragic about his struggle, the rawness of it, the way he yearned to be both a warrior and a protector, the way he craved glory yet feared the cost. Be brave, Tanaji, Shivaji had said, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of uncertainty. We fight not just for ourselves, but for every soul that has ever felt the weight of oppression. The words hung heavy in the air, a promise and a burden, a beacon and a curse. And then, the war drums began to beat, a rhythmic thud that resonated in my chest, each pulse a reminder of the chaos to come. I felt it, the palpable energy, the way it wrapped around us like a shroud, both comforting and suffocating. I remember watching as men transformed, their resolve hardening, their fear morphing into a feral kind of strength, and I couldn't help but wonder, how many of them would return? The clash came swiftly, a brutal dance of steel against steel, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and sweat. In the chaos, I saw Tanaji, his face a mask of fury, the world fading away as he lunged forward, embodying the very spirit of the Marathas, ferocious, unyielding, unstoppable. I remember the moment he landed a blow that tore through flesh and bone, and how the screams of the fallen echoed in my ears, a haunting melody of tragedy and valor. But amidst the frenzy of battle, it was Shivaji who captivated me most. He moved like a tempest, a force of nature, his sword singing a song of defiance. I caught glimpses of his mind racing, his heart pounding. What did he see when he closed his eyes? Did he envision the kingdom he longed to build, a tapestry woven from the threads of justice and freedom? Or did he see the faces of the innocents, the lives intertwined with his fate, burdening him with every swing of his blade? I remember standing there, my heart racing in tandem with his, feeling the weight of each decision, each moment suspended in time, each breath a silent prayer. The world around us blurred into a cacophony of chaos, the cries of the wounded, the clash of swords, the sweep of destiny weaving its intricate patterns. But even in victory, there was a haunting silence, a darkness that crept in, whispering of the future's uncertainty. The battle subsided, the screams faded, and what remained was a battlefield littered with broken dreams and shattered bodies, each one a testament to the price of freedom. Tanaji fell to his knees, his laughter mingling with tears as he realized the cost of glory. Shivaji stood tall, yet his shoulders sagged beneath the weight of a crown he had not yet claimed but felt pressing down upon him. In that haunting stillness, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, I felt it, a deep, unshakable connection to these men, these warriors, who dared to defy empires and reshape destinies. I remember the way the wind howled, carrying away the echoes of the fallen, leaving behind a bittersweet promise that the fight was far from over. And as the stars emerged, glistening like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, I knew this moment would linger on, a ghost tethered to my soul. The Maratha rise had begun, but the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, illuminated only by the flickering flame of hope, the relentless spirit of those who dared to dream. I remember, oh how I remember, their journey was not just a fight for land, it was a fight for the very essence of humanity, a testament to resilience against the encroaching darkness. The battle had raged, but the war was just beginning, and with every heartbeat, I felt the call to stand alongside them, to share in their anguish, their triumphs, their unyielding quest for legacy. In the shadows of that twilight, I became part of something greater than myself, an eternal witness to the rise of the Marathas, a rise that echoed through time, thrilling and terrifying, an unbreakable bond between the past and the future. The air crackled with tension, thick as smoke, as the sun dipped below the horizon, igniting the sky in a frenzy of orange and blood red. I stood on the battlefield, the echoes of clashing swords and anguished cries surrounding me like a ghostly choir, each note a reminder of the impending doom. Darkness loomed, but the fires of rebellion flickered defiantly against it. I remember the smell of iron mingling with the dust of the earth, heavy, suffocating, as the world around me paused, a heartbeat caught in the throat of history. In this chaos, I found myself torn between two souls, Malik, the steadfast commander with eyes like stormy seas, and Amina, the fierce warrior whose spirit burned brighter than the very fire that consumed our hopes. Malik wore his honor like a cloak, heavy and suffocating, while Amina danced through the night like a flame, her laughter a sharp contrast to the despair all around us. I remember the way she gripped her sword, knuckles white, a warrior's resolve wrapped in a thin veneer of childlike wonder. She knew, as did I, that this campaign was more than a battle, it was a war for our very identities, a dance with destiny. Amina's laughter echoed in the shadows, a haunting melody that both soothed and tormented. "We are not just fighting for territory, Malik," she would whisper, her voice both tremulous and fierce. "We are fighting for the very essence of who we are." But Malik, burdened by his loyalty to the Emperor, could only nod, his heart a battlefield of its own. I watched as he wrestled with the weight of duty and the pull of love, Amina, an eternal flame, while he was merely a moth, drawn dangerously close to the fire. The Deccan was a sprawling labyrinth of contradictions. It was beautiful, lush, and yet, beneath its surface, roiling with discontent. The sounds of clashing armies echoed through the valleys, a cacophony of anguish and vengeance. I remember the quiet before the storm, when the world held its breath. The cries of mothers for their sons lingered in the air like a sour perfume. The trees, ancient sentinels, bore witness to our plight, their gnarled branches reaching out like fingers, grasping at the fleeting remnants of peace. Strategy, they said, was the backbone of war. But what of the heart that beats beneath the armor? I could see it in Malik's eyes, a flicker of doubt. What use is strategy when the ground we stand upon is soaked with the blood of our brothers? His voice trembled, a fragile thread woven with despair. In that moment, I felt the vastness of his pain, it wrapped around me, an icy shroud that threatened to suffocate the hope I clung to. Amina's laughter rang out again, but it was tinged with bitterness. "We must fight, Malik! What choice do we have when our very existence is at stake?" She was a tempest, wild and unpredictable, and in her eyes, I saw a reflection of my own turmoil. Beneath the bravado, we were all just children, clutching at the straws of our dreams in a world that sought to drown them. The Deccan was unforgiving, and I felt the weight of its history bearing down on us, pressing us into the ground like a relentless tide. Time blurred. Days and nights melted into an endless cycle of fear and fury. I remember the silence before dawn, when the world felt suspended in a moment of fragile hope, a thin veil between despair and resolve. Malik stood at the edge of our camp, his silhouette a dark shadow against the pale light. "I wonder," he murmured, "if we are chasing ghosts." In that instant, I felt the shiver of fate's hand upon my spine. The ghosts of our past loomed large, whispering secrets of those who had come before us, the kings and the fallen. The pain of conflict was visceral, seeping into our very bones. I could feel Amina's heart thudding in time with the drums of war, each beat echoing the conflict within her. "We cannot lose," she would say, her voice fierce yet trembling. as if it were both a prayer and a curse. If we do, who will remember us? Who will speak our names? I understood then that this was not just a battle, it was a desperate plea to be seen, to be heard, to leave behind stories woven into the very fabric of the universe. The clash of steel rang out like thunder, a symphony of chaos that crescendoed into a deafening roar. I watched as Malik charged forward, his heart leading him into the fray, while Amina followed, a whirlwind of rage and grace. Their struggle was my own, each swing of the sword a reflection of the fight within me. I remember the adrenaline coursing through my veins, pulsing like the beat of a war drum. This was not merely about victory, this was about survival, about the love and dreams we fought to protect. But in war, nothing is sacred. In the heart of chaos, betrayal festered like a wound that would not heal. Shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of treachery and despair. Malik turned, confusion etched across his brow, as betrayal unfolded like a cruel flower in bloom. The ground shook beneath our feet, I could feel the echoes of history reverberating, the ghosts of those who had suffered before us rising from their graves, their cries mingling with our own. I remember the weight of our choices, the pain of loss, as we fought not just against an enemy, but against our very selves. Amina fell, her laughter silenced, replaced by the deafening roar of anguish that tore through my chest. Malik's eyes mirrored my grief, the weight of 1,000 memories pressing down on us. In that moment, we were no longer just warriors, we were lost souls, drifting in a sea of despair, searching for meaning amidst the ruins of our dreams. Time continued its relentless march, yet the battle raged on. Each clash of steel, each cry of anguish, reverberated through the very fabric of our beings. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath me, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, hope flickered. The Deccan, a cruel mistress, taught us that every victory would come at a price, and every loss would carve deep scars upon our souls. As the sun dipped once more, casting long shadows across the battlefield, I realized that our struggle was far from over. We were entangled in a web of fate, a tapestry woven with love, loss, and the unyielding spirit of the human heart. The Deccan campaigns had become our lives, a relentless cycle that would continue to spin long after our stories were whispered into the wind. And as I stood amidst the ruins of our dreams, I knew that this was not just a battle for land, it was a fight for the very essence of who we were, and the echoes of our struggles would resonate through the ages, forever entwined with the fabric of history. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding into the horizon, its last rays splattering gold across the blood-drenched earth of Bijapur. A silence, thick and suffocating, filled the air, broken only by the distant, haunting wails of mourners, echoes of despair that clung to the stones of the city like a shroud. In that moment, time took a breath, and the world seemed to pause, suspended in the horror of what lay ahead. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and sharp on my tongue. It was the year 1686, but for me, it felt like an eternity, as the Mughal army tightened its grip around our city like a serpent, coiling tighter with each passing day. I, a mere observer caught in the web of history, could see the desperation etched on the faces of my people, my friends, my family, caught in the relentless tide of war. "Zara, please," I said, my voice barely a whisper, yet it felt thunderous in the quiet. Zara stood there, her eyes dark pools of defiance, flickering with the flames of rebellion even as the enemy drew closer. She was a warrior at heart, but even the fiercest soul can waver. "You can't fight them alone. They think they can take our city, our lives, without consequence," she spat, her voice raw like a fresh wound. "I will not bow down. I will not let them take what is ours." There was a fire in her, yet beneath it lay the tremor of fear, just like the tremors beneath the earth before an earthquake. I remember the night before they stormed our walls, a rare moment of calm, a cruel illusion of normalcy. We sat on the rooftop, gazing at the stars that twinkled like distant memories of a better time. Zara's laughter rang out, cutting through the heavy air, bittersweet and haunting. She told tales of a future where we could dance freely, where laughter wasn't a ghost haunting the alleyways. But even in her jest, I saw the shadows lurking behind her bright facade. "Do you remember that time we stole figs from the market?" she asked, her voice weaving a tapestry of nostalgia. "You, with your ridiculous idea of sneaking in during the festival. And I thought we'd be caught by the merchant, but instead, we were chased by his goat. I chuckled, a hollow sound. The goat, a relentless beast, had indeed been our nemesis. But now, as I watched the scarred walls of Bijapur encircled by the Mughal banners, that laughter felt like a distant echo, swallowed by the darkness. Then there was Arjun, a friend-turned-reluctant soldier, his heart heavy with the burden of choices. I found him pacing the courtyard, his hands stained with the blood of those who had fallen, both friend and foe. "Why do they want us?" he muttered, more to the shadows than to me. "Why this city? What is it to them?" "Power," I replied, but the word tasted sour. The Mughals, with their relentless hunger for dominance, saw Bijapur as a trophy, a jewel in their expanding crown. But to us, it was home, a sanctuary built from sweat, dreams, and generations of love. I saw the conflict in Arjun's eyes, the struggle between loyalty and survival. "Do you think they'll show mercy?" he asked, a tremor in his voice. "We've heard tales of their brutality. They leave nothing but ruin in their wake." I wanted to tell him that mercy was a luxury afforded only to the strong, but even the strongest were beginning to waver, the weight of impending doom a shroud over us all. As night fell and the stars dimmed in silent witness, the air crackled with tension. The Mughal cannons roared to life, their thunderous tremors shaking the very foundations of our resolve. Each blast was a reminder of the ticking clock, of moments slipping into darkness, of lives teetering on the edge. Zara stood at the battlements, eyes scanning the horizon, the weight of 1,000 souls resting on her shoulders. "Tonight," she said, voice steady yet electric, "we will live or die as one." In that moment, I saw the warrior, the unyielding spirit, and within her, a flicker of hope. But hope is a fragile thing, often shattered by the weight of reality. As day surrendered to night, and shadows danced with whispers of the past, I felt the walls of my heart constrict. Then came the breach, a shattering cacophony of chaos as the Mughal forces surged forward, a tide of steel and fury. I could hear the cries of my people, their voices an orchestra of despair, rising to meet the thunderous war drums that heralded our doom. Arjun fought beside me, a shield against the darkness, but as the battle raged, I could see his spirit dimming, crushed beneath the weight of survival. "I can't do this," he gasped, bloodied and broken. I can't watch them die." I gripped his shoulder. "You must. We must fight, for every heartbeat, for every breath. We are not merely flesh and blood, we are the stories woven into this land." But as the night deepened, those stories began to unravel, thread by agonizing thread, mingling with the dust and tears beneath our feet. Each moment stretched, a cruel mockery of time, as I watched friends fall, their lives extinguished like candles snuffed out by the wind. Zara was a whirlwind, moving through the chaos, her blade a flash of silver against the darkness, but even she couldn't stem the tide forever. I saw the moment it happened, a Mughal soldier, his eyes hollow with the madness of war, found her. Time slowed as she fought, as if the universe held its breath, but I could only watch, paralyzed and terrified, as the shadows closed in. "Zara!" I screamed, the sound raw and aching, but it was lost in the cacophony of battle, swallowed by the relentless tide. In that moment, fear clutched at my throat like a vice. I felt it, the crushing weight of loss, the suffocating reality that soon, this city, this sanctuary of dreams, might be reduced to ashes. As the dawn broke, a pale light spilling over the ruins of our hopes, I stood amidst the wreckage of bodies and memories, heart heavy as a stone. The siege was relentless, a cruel game of cat and mouse, every heartbeat echoing the pain, the struggle for survival. But even in the ruins, a flicker of defiance remained. Because in the heart of every warrior, in the soul of every dreamer, there lay a whisper, a promise that even in death, we would not be forgotten. And so, as the sun rose over the blood-soaked ground of Bijapur, I knew this was not the end, merely a chapter yet to unfold, a tale waiting to be told amidst the gallows of despair. The air was thick with the scent of fear, mingled with the metallic tang of blood. It clung to the skin like a second layer, a miasma of dread that seeped into the marrow. Somewhere in the distance, a horn blared, a mournful cry echoing against the hills of Kolhapur, rousing the specters of warriors long gone. I stood frozen, heart pounding, a mere spectator in the theater of chaos, where the stage was set in the dust and grit of an unforgiving battlefield. I remember the shouts, the wild, guttural sounds that pierced the air like arrows seeking flesh. Soldiers, clad in their patchwork armor, faces smeared with sweat and grime, surged forward, and with them came a tide of emotions, crashing against the shore of my soul. Fear gripped me, but something else flickered, a stubborn spark of defiance that refused to be extinguished. And there he was, Rogunot, my brother. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, a blazing sun in a stormy sky. He should have been home, should have been by the hearth, sharing stories of battles fought in dreams, not here, clutching a sword that trembled in his hands. I remember when we were boys, running through the fields, he yelled, his voice rising above the cacophony, a lament wrapped in fury. We dreamed of glory, of becoming legends. Yet the reality hung heavy like a storm cloud, and I sensed it, the uncertainty, the looming spectre of death. Rogunot's bravado was a thin veil over the fear gnawing at him. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the precipice, but the tide of warriors swept us apart, and I was left to confront my own demons. Across the battlefield, I spotted Aditi, a fierce warrior in her own right, her spirit as unyielding as the mountains that bore witness to our plight. She danced through the chaos, a whirlwind of fury, her sword slicing the air with a deadly grace that turned the battlefield into her stage. I watched, heart in my throat, as she fought not just for survival but for something deeper, a longing buried beneath the rubble of duty and despair. Rogunot! Aditi! I screamed, but my voice was drowned in the roar of clashing steel. My world narrowed down to the two of them, the way Aditi's hair flew like torches in the night, the way Rogunot's laughter echoed, tinged with madness. I felt the throbbing pulse of time, seconds stretching into eternity, hearts racing, breaths hitching as the sun dipped behind the hills, casting long shadows that swallowed the cries of the fallen. I remember thoughts of home, of warm chai and laughter, of ordinary days that seemed so far removed from this hellscape. Kolhapur stood as a silent witness, its walls soaked in history, crumbling under the weight of war. Why are we here? I whispered to the shadows, but they offered no answers. Just the ghosts of those who had fought before us, their silent screams woven into the fabric of the very ground we stood upon. Rogunot fell, a gasp escaping his lips, a fleeting moment that felt like an eternity. Time froze, the air thick with horror, and all I could do was watch as the light dimmed in his eyes. Do not let this day break you, he managed to croak, his voice a mere wisp, as if he were already stepping beyond the veil. Fight. Fight like it's the last thing you'll do. And with that, he was gone, leaving a void that echoed louder than the clashing swords. Aditi, fierce and unyielding, felt the tremors of my sorrow, and for a heartbeat, our eyes locked. I saw the flicker of despair in her gaze, the recognition of loss. Yet she pressed on, her fighting spirit igniting something within me. She turned to face the oncoming horde, her resolve like iron. For our people. For Kolhapur, she cried, her voice a battle hymn that rose above the chaos. In those moments, the battlefield became a tapestry of vivid colors, blood red, deep blue, the black of despair, and I was swept into the current, a mere thread in the weave of fate. My hands trembled as I clutched a sword, its weight an anchor in the storm. Each swing felt like a heartbeat, every clash of steel, a reminder of the fragility of life. I fought not just for survival but for the memories that flooded my mind, of laughter shared under the stars, of dreams whispered in the dark. Aditi was a force of nature, unrelenting, cutting a path through the chaos with a ferocity that sent shivers down my spine. She was my anchor in this tempest, and as we fought side by side, I could feel the energy crackling between us. We were two souls entwined in a dance of destruction, and yet, beneath the madness, there was a flicker of something that felt like hope. Do you feel it? I shouted over the din, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pulse of Kolhapur? It's alive! Aditi's laughter cut through the madness, a wild, haunting sound that echoed in my heart. Yes! It's in every swing, in every breath. We are the storm, and we will not be silenced. But the tide of battle was relentless, waves crashing against our resolve, threatening to pull us under. I saw shadows shift in the corners of my vision, ghosts of fallen comrades, their eyes pleading for vengeance. I thought of Rogunot, of his laughter, of everything we had lost. It fueled me, igniting a fire that burned hotter than the sun. The world slowed as I faced the enemy, each heartbeat echoing like a drum, a desperate call to arms. I was not just fighting for survival, I was fighting for the very essence of life, for the dreams we held like fragile glass. With every swing, every step forward, I pushed against the encroaching darkness, refusing to let despair claim us. And as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I felt the weight of time pressing down. The battle raged on, an eternal struggle between light and darkness, hope and despair. I remembered the stories of our ancestors, of resilience woven into the fabric of our blood. Aditi fell beside me, and for a moment, the world crumbled. But I held on to her spirit, to Raghunath's last breath, to the heartbeat of Kolhapur that echoed through my veins. Together, we would rise, for this was not just a battle, it was a testament to our existence, a flame that refused to be extinguished. And as night descended, cloaking the battlefield in eerie silence, I knew we would endure. The fight was far from over, and though shadows loomed, we would not bow. The tale of Kolhapur was etched in our souls, a saga of resilience that would echo through eternity. The air crackled with tension, a storm's fury held at bay, and I stood there, heart racing, the scent of dust and iron-sweet blood swirling through my consciousness. Outside, soldiers clashed, a symphony of war rising and falling like the turbulent tide, shouts, cries, and the sickening thud of bodies hitting earth. In that moment, I was not a mere observer. I was the pulse of history, caught in a web of treachery spun tight by the Marathas and the Deccan Sultanates, alliances that were as fragile as spun sugar, ready to shatter with a single misstep. I remember the feel of the stone walls against my back, the coolness grounding me as my mind raced with thoughts of betrayal. Raja Shivaji, his name echoed like thunder, a legend whose very presence ignited the flames of rebellion. Yet, here I was, staring down the double-edged sword of loyalty and ambition. My heart ached for him, a man torn between his fierce love for his people and the chilling reality that the very men he sought to unite could turn on him in an instant. Would they see him as a savior or a tyrant? Friends became foes in a heartbeat, and I felt that pang of fear deep within my chest as if the weight of 1,000 decisions pressed down on me. Across the courtyard, I caught a glimpse of Ibrahim Adil Shah too, his brow furrowed in concentration, the shadows of his ancestors dancing in his eyes. A ruler slumped under the weight of expectations, haunted by the ghosts of those who had come before him. Here was a man who wore his crown like a shackle, tethered to the politics of alliances that twisted and turned like a serpent in the grass. He was skilled, strategic, but a flicker of doubt crossed his face, the fear that his meticulously crafted plans could crumble at the first hint of disloyalty. The Deccan Sultanates were held together by a fragile thread, and I could see it fraying with every conspiratorial whisper. I remember the first time I witnessed the raw beauty of the Deccan, its sprawling gardens and bustling bazaars, vibrant colors blending into an intoxicating tapestry. It was a land of riches and dreams, a place where the scent of spices mingled with the cries of merchants hawking their wares. But that beauty was marred by the omnipresent specter of war, the undercurrents of rivalry that seeped into the soil like poison. Every alliance forged in the day could turn to ash by nightfall, as if fate were a cruel puppeteer, pulling strings that danced widely beyond our control. Then there was Rani Chennamma, a woman with the spirit of a lioness, her resolve as fierce as the midday sun. I saw her standing at the edge of the chaos, determination etched in her features, yet I could sense her vulnerability. She was not just a warrior, she was a mother, a sister, a protector. The heaviness of her choices bore down upon her. Would she stand by Shivaji and risk everything, or align with Ibrahim, whose ambition glimmered like a blade? Her heart was a battleground, and in that moment, I felt the heat of her conflict, the ache of divided loyalties tearing at her soul. Blooded hands gripped swords, and as I watched the skirmish unfold, my breath caught in my throat. It was a dance of fate, a performance of betrayal that played on a stage of dust and despair. Each clash of metal rang out like a death knell, echoing the ancestral cries of those who had fought before us, their spirits lingering in the shadows. I was entranced, caught in the paradox of beauty and brutality, a living testament to the cost of power. I remember the laughter that once filled the halls, the warmth of camaraderie that now lay shattered beneath the weight of ambition. The Marathas and the Sultanates were like two stars doomed to collide, their trajectories destined for chaos. I wanted to scream, to tell them that the price of pride was too great, that the world outside would consume them if they did not find a way to bind their fates together. but my voice was lost in the cacophony, a whisper against the tempest. Night fell, cloaking the battlefield in a shroud of darkness, where shadows whispered secrets and moonlight revealed the truths that lay beneath the surface. I stood among them, a witness to their agony and their glory, feeling the ache of their dreams dissolve into the void. Alliances, I realized, were like the stars above, twinkling promises that could flicker out at any moment. I could hear the muffled sobs of the fallen, the cries of those who would never return home, their lives reduced to mere footnotes in the annals of history. Then, it happened, a fateful moment that shattered the fragile ties binding them. A single cry echoed through the night, a scream that pierced the veil of despair. Shivaji, caught in the throes of violence, his face transformed by rage and sorrow. He had seen too much, felt too deeply. His resolve hardened like steel, and I could see the fire in his eyes, a promise of vengeance that would not be extinguished. Would this be the defining moment that changed everything? Would alliances crumble beneath the weight of his fury? As the ground trembled beneath the feet of warriors, the world around them blurred. I felt the pulse of history quicken in my veins, the air thick with the tension of impending doom. The voices of the past mingled with the cries of the present, a haunting symphony playing for those who dared to dream. And I was caught in the eye of the storm, a soul intertwined with their fate, heart aching with the inevitability of what was to come. In that tumultuous night, I realized that the politics of alliances was not a game played on a board of strategy, it was a visceral experience, an emotional upheaval that could carve through flesh and spirit alike. Each character was a reflection of our humanity, their flaws, their struggles, their desires resonating deep within me. We were all prisoners of our choices, navigating a world where loyalty and ambition danced a deadly waltz. The scene around me swelled with intensity, the chaos pulling me in like a current. I felt the weight of their decisions press against me, a tangible force that threatened to drag me under. My heart pounded in sync with theirs, a shared rhythm of desperation and hope. Would they find a way forward, or would the shadows of betrayal consume them all? I didn't know, and that uncertainty clung to me like the night, wrapping me in its suffocating embrace as I stood, breathless, on the precipice of history, knowing, somehow, that this was only the beginning. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the war-torn fields of Deccan, its light brittle, like the last breath of a dying soldier. I stood there, heart pounding like a drum, the air heavy with the scent of blood and smoke, an unshakable omen of what was to come. I remember the screams. They sliced through the air, shrill and desperate, a cacophony that echoed the horrors of what lay ahead. In that moment, time felt suspended, and for a heartbeat, the world narrowed to a singular truth: survival. Around me, the remnants of once proud armies lay scattered, both men and memories mingling like shadows under the dying sun. I saw Malik, a soldier whose laughter once resonated through our camp like music, now reduced to a trembling figure, his knuckles white as he clutched his sword, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where the European forces advanced like a wave, relentless and consuming. The British, he whispered, the name falling from his lips like a curse. I could see the fear etched into his face, despair dancing in his eyes, a haunting mixture of rage and helplessness. And then there was Amina, a fierce warrior with fire in her heart, who had once led us through battles with an unyielding spirit. She stood nearby, her hair a wild halo of defiance, yet even she faltered as the shadow of colonialism loomed large. "We are not just fighting for land," she cried out, voice trembling with vehemence. "We are fighting for our very souls." I could almost feel the weight of her words pressing against my chest, drawing tears I couldn't shed, pressing down like the oppressive heat of the afternoon sun. I remember the first time I saw Amina, her spirit alive like the monsoon winds, swirling and tempestuous. Back then, we were dreamers, not warriors. Now, every dream lay shattered like glass around us, and with each breath, the bitter taste of loss lingered, gnawing at my insides. The silence that followed her declaration was deafening, filled with the ghostly memories of laughter, the soft whispers of love now replaced by the impending clash of steel and the groans of a land caught in a death spiral. The British troops marched forward, a relentless tide of uniforms and muskets, their eyes cold, devoid of the humanity we fought to protect. I could see their flags fluttering, bright and taunting against the darkening sky, a mockery of our struggle. They bathed once a year, I thought absurdly as I watched them, a dark humor bubbling up to combat the suffocating dread. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the laughter died before it even left my lips, stifled by the weight of reality that pressed down upon us. Malik gripped my shoulder, his fingers digging in like talons. If we fall, they take everything. His voice was choked, and I could see the ghosts of his family swirling around him, shadows of loved ones lost in the chaos of war. I nodded, but inside I was drowning, caught in a whirlpool of doubt and fear. What if we fell? What if we couldn't hold our ground against the encroaching darkness? As the battle horn sounded, the harsh, grating call to arms, I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, each vibration resonating with the heavy beat of my heart. The clash of metal rang out like a symphony of despair, a mindless cacophony where hope fought desperately against despair. I remembered Amina's words, how they had lit a fire within my heart, but now, that fire flickered, threatened to be snuffed out by the weight of our fate. I fought alongside Malik and Amina, each thrust of my sword echoing the cries of my ancestors, pulsing with a fury that felt both foreign and familiar. Every swing felt like an invocation, a desperate prayer that our blood would water the roots of our homeland, that the spirits of the fallen would rise with us, guiding our hands to strike true. But every time I glanced at the faces around me, here warriors, friends, brothers, I was confronted with the fragility of our existence. Amina was everywhere, her presence a beacon of strength. I watched her leap into the fray, her movements graceful yet brutal, a dance of death that drew the eyes of all. Each enemy she felled was a retribution for the loved ones we had lost, for every moment stolen by the advancing powers. I remember the way she laughed, even as the chaos enveloped us, that wild sound rising above the din, a reminder that life pulsed on in defiance of death. But then tragedy struck, a blow I never saw coming. Malik fell, his body crumpling like a discarded doll, his laughter silenced forever. The world slowed, and I felt the breath hitch in my throat with the finality of it all. I reached for him, fingers brushing against the warmth of his lifeblood, and in that moment, time fractured like glass. I remember the shards cutting deep, a pain that reverberated through my being. I was unmoored, adrift in a sea of grief that threatened to swallow me whole. Amina's scream shattered the air, raw and primal, a sound that clawed at my insides. I turned to her, and in her eyes, I saw the flicker of hope extinguished, replaced by a storm of rage and despair. They will pay, she vowed, her voice a low growl, and I could feel the weight of her fury as it surged like a tempest, gathering strength. I wanted to believe her, to grasp onto her resolve, but the truth clung to me like a shroud, suffocating and relentless. As the battle raged on, the air thickened with the tang of sweat and blood, the cries of the dying mingling with the rattle of rifles and the thunder of cannon fire. I could feel time slipping through my fingers, moments turning into an eternity as I fought and stumbled forward, driven by the ghosts of our fallen comrades, their whispers guiding my hand. In the midst of chaos, I saw the faces of our enemies, the soldiers who had come to claim our land, our dignity, our very essence. They were not just soldiers, they were shadows of the empires that sought to wrap our world in chains. I felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over me, a realization that this was not just a battle, but a war against the very fabric of our being. Time twisted and turned, reality blended with memories, and I was caught in the eye of the storm, the chaos swirling around me as I fought not just for survival, but for the heartbeat of a nation. Each clash of swords reverberated through my soul, a reminder that within the chaos, we were still alive, still fighting. And as I drew breath, the realization settled in like a dark star in the night sky. This was not the end, just another chapter in a story written in blood and tears, a story that would circle back, echoing through time, unyielding, unbroken. I remember the heat of the moment, the weight of existence pressing down, and the storm that raged within me, an eternal struggle against the dusk, against those who would see us swallowed by the shadows. The thunderclap of cannon fire shattered the air, a bone-rattling roar that echoed through the valley like the cry of a wounded beast. I stood there, heart thrumming in my chest like a war drum, watching the smoke coil upwards, twisting and turning above the battlefield. A haze of gunpowder mixed with the acrid scent of blood and sweat, a grotesque perfume of conflict that clung to the very bones of the land. The earth trembled beneath my feet, and I could feel it in my marrow. This was a moment of reckoning, a symphony of chaos and confusion where the stakes were nothing less than life and death. Beside me, Aditya, his face smeared with dirt and desperation, clutched his musket as if it was the last connection to sanity. I could see the haunted look in his eyes, the way he trembled, not from fear of death, but from the weight of his own decisions. I remember when we joked about glory, he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. Now it's just smoke and screams. His laughter had once been infectious, a bright spark in the dreary campfires of endless war, but now it lay buried beneath layers of ash and regret. I turned my gaze to the hill, where the enemy's artillery lay poised like a monstrous creature waiting to strike. Each cannon stood sentinel, an iron beast ready to unleash hell. The thought of their might made my stomach twist with a dread that felt all too familiar. It was a visceral reminder of the last battle, the way the ground had become a canvas painted with the colors of carnage, a crimson tide that swallowed everything whole. How could something so beautiful as this land become a graveyard? It didn't seem fair. And then there was Arjun, my brother-in-arms, pulling himself up from the mud, blood streaking his brow like the remnants of a nightmare he couldn't fully wake from. "We need to push forward, or we will be nothing but shadows," he shouted, his voice raw and urgent. But shadows are deceptive, I thought, glancing back at the battlefield where the sun fought against the dark clouds overhead. They promise safety, but leave you wandering in uncertainty. I felt the weight of his words hang heavy in the air, nothing but shadows. We all knew what that meant, a fate worse than death. Cannonballs flew overhead, their paths cruel and unpredictable, like fate itself, and each explosion sent vibrations deep into my soul. The ground beneath us shook, each blast a heartbeat that quickened the pulse of fear. I remember the stories spoken in hushed tones around the flickering campfires, tales of heroes and their noble quests. Now, that spark of glory felt like a tainted memory, a cruel joke that turned our lives into a grotesque theater of war. "Aditya!" I screamed over the chaos, my throat raw. "Get ready!" The words were like a prayer, a desperate plea to stave off the inevitable. He blinked, uncertainty clouding his gaze, and for a moment, time held its breath. In his eyes, I saw the flicker of hope, a dying ember yearning to ignite into a flame. But hope, like a fragile leaf in a storm, could be torn asunder by the winds of despair. I could almost hear the ghosts of the fallen whispering, their voices woven into the fabric of the air, urging us forward. With each cannon's blast, I felt a pulse of history, the weight of every soldier who had stood on this very ground, the dreams they carried into battle now erased by the brutality of conflict. I couldn't shake the image from my mind, their faces, once so full of light, now twisted in agony, becoming part of the earth that birthed them. The artillery roared again, and I felt the impact deep within my chest, a haunting reminder of why we fought. Or was it for glory? For freedom? The lines blurred, smudged by the chaos of the battlefield. I remembered the tales of other men, warriors with dreams as grand as the cosmos, now reduced to fragments of flesh and bone. "Charge!" Arjun's voice cut through the haze, a rallying cry that surged through our ranks like a thunderstorm. In that moment, I felt the fear peel away, replaced by something primal, a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. We moved as one, a mass of bodies propelled forward by the sheer will to survive, to redefine our existence in that single, harrowing moment. But then came the silence, a terrible hush that hung over the battlefield like a shroud. I remember inhaling deeply, the air thick with expectation, each breath a prayer against the encroaching dark. Time seemed to stretch, the seconds morphing into eternity. I glanced at Aditya, his face a mosaic of resolve and fear, and in that shared glance, we understood, we were soldiers, yes, but also men caught in the web of choices they had made, destinies etched into the annals of history. As we crested the hill, the world erupted in a kaleidoscope of sound and fury. The cannons unleashed their wrath, our lives punctuated by explosions that sent shrapnel flying like angry stars across the sky. I felt the earth tremble beneath me, but I was no longer afraid. The ghosts whispered louder, urging me forward, reminding me that the past could inform, but it could never define us. We were alive, we were here, and that truth burned brighter than any weapon. The clash of metal rang in my ears, the battlefield morphing into a dance of chaos and blood, a macabre ballet of life and death. We surged into the fray, driven by memories of laughter and loss, of shared dreams now forged in the crucible of warfare. The weight of artillery bore down on us, but we were no longer mere shadows. We were flames, we were fury, we were the storm that refused to be quelled. And as I fought, I felt a surge of something powerful, an understanding of our shared humanity, of the fragility of existence in the face of overwhelming odds. I remember, perhaps foolishly, that we could be more than just warriors. In this moment, we were alive, and the echoes of our hearts rang louder than the thunder of the cannons. The battle raged on, and our stories intertwined, each heartbeat a testament to our struggle against the shadows that threatened to consume us whole. The roar of artillery continued to shake the land, a reminder that the fight was far from over. In the end, it was not just the cannons that shaped the course of history, but the echoes of our souls, the fire of our spirits that would ripple through time, unending, relentless, and achingly human. The air hangs thick with an unshakable stillness, as if the world itself holds its breath. I'm crouched in the shadows of a crumbling bastion, my heart racing, the echo of distant drums pounding in my ears like the footsteps of fate. The Deccan, it feels like a ghost town, a battlefield of whispers and memories, where the very ground I stand on trembles with the weight of history. A single torch flickers nearby, casting a pale light that dances like the last breaths of dying embers. I remember my mother's voice, a lullaby wrapped in dread, reminding me of the fate of kingdoms. They rise, she would say, but they fall like leaves in autumn. The words haunt me now, as I clutch my dagger, its cold steel kissing my palm, and I know I am not just a witness to history. I am woven into its fabric, a thread fraying at the edges. Across the courtyard, I can see him. Rajan, my brother, a warrior with eyes that burn like the midday sun, his dark curls tousled, defiant against the chaos swirling around us. He stands straight, yet the tension in his shoulders tells a different story. He clenches his jaw, as if holding back a storm. Rajan, my protector, my anchor, trapped in a world where loyalty is as fleeting as the winds. He is determined, yet beneath that resolve lies fear, a fear that his valor might not be enough to save us. And then there's Aisha, her beauty like the moonlight filtering through the leaves, illuminating the darkness surrounding us. She has a fire in her heart, a rebellion brewing in her soul. I remember the way her laughter used to fill the air, yet now, it feels like a distant memory, buried beneath the weight of our crumbling empire. Her fingers twitch with unspent energy, she clutches a tattered map, her lifeline in this chaos. Aisha believes that she can change the tides, but her idealism clashes with the harsh reality around us. The power vacuum left by the Mughal Empire swells, and it's devouring everything in its path. Rajan! I hiss, my voice barely a whisper. We can't stay. They're coming. He turns, eyes narrowed with resolve. And where do we go? The Deccan has become a maze of betrayal and blood. Trust is as rare as water in a desert. Each word cuts through me, like the dagger I grip so tightly. I remember the nights when we would lie on the rooftops, staring at the stars, believing in a future where laughter could conquer despair. But now, the stars feel like distant watchers, indifferent to our plight. Shadows flicker across the cobblestones, reminders that the past clings to us, relentless. There's a sound, heavy footsteps mingling with the whispers of scheming men. The rival factions are closing in, hungry for power, for blood. I can almost taste the tension, metallic and bitter. Rajan's face is a mask of determination, but I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. We fight, he says, not just for ourselves but for what's left of the empire. For Aisha. His gaze falls on her, and I feel the weight of their shared history, an unspoken bond forged in the fires of adversity. Aisha's heart beats wildly beneath her chest, a war drum echoing in the silence. She steps forward, her voice trembling yet fierce. We cannot let this be the end. We can become the spark that ignites a revolution. But is revolution just another word for chaos? I remember the tales of kings and queens, of thrones turned to dust, of blood-soaked fields. Our laughter feels distant, our dreams now shrouded in the fog of despair. Aisha, I plead, what if we fail? What if this is all for nothing? She looks at me, eyes ablaze with fury and fear, a tempest within a fragile frame. Then we fail together. I will not retreat into the shadows. This is our moment. And just like that, the air electrifies with the weight of her resolve, a tidal wave threatening to crash upon us. My heart pounds, a mix of dread and something fierce, something alive. I see the shadows shifting, figures emerging, cloaked in the darkness of greed and ambition. Time stretches, each second a heartbeat, echoing into eternity. The drums grow louder, a harbinger of the chaos poised to erupt. I remember the whispered warnings of ghosts, of those who came before us, who lost everything to ambition and betrayal. The specters of the fallen loom large, and I wonder if their souls linger, whispering secrets of power, how it can elevate, how it can destroy. Rajan grips my shoulder, firm and steady. No more running. We face this together. But what does together mean when the stakes are this high? What does loyalty matter in a realm where trust has become a currency no one can afford? The tension builds, the night thick with anticipation, and I find myself drowning in questions, each one sharper than the last. Aisha steps into the light, defiance coursing through her veins. For the Deccan, she breathes, almost a prayer, and it resonates within me, a call to arms, a plea for hope. Yet, as I look into her eyes, I see the flicker of uncertainty, the fear of what lies ahead. The drums thump in time with my heart, a reminder that every choice leads us closer to the edge. The shadows stir, the night alive with ominous whispers, and I know we are standing on the precipice of something monumental. Rajan takes a breath, and in that moment, we are bound not just by blood but by the weight of our choices, our dreams, and our fears. And I realize, the power vacuum won't just swallow us whole, it will redefine us. And as we step into the fray, I remember the taste of defiance, the rush of adrenaline, and the haunting promise of what might come. The ghosts of the past linger in the air, their stories etched into our souls, reminding us that this moment, this fragile, fierce moment, is where we write our legacy. In the darkness, amidst the whispers of a dying empire, we prepare to fight. The night is not yet over, it's just the beginning. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, a grotesque miasma that clung stubbornly to the skin. I remember standing there, heart hammering against my ribs, the tremors of panic pulsating through the ground beneath my feet. The clash of steel, the desperate cries of men, and the guttural roars of horses filled the air, a chaotic symphony of death and destruction. This was not merely a battle, this was a reckoning. The Third Battle of Panipat was unfolding, a tragic tapestry woven with threads of ambition, loyalty, and despair. I remember the sun, a pale orb hanging in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the chaos. It felt like a spectator to the madness, as if it too were disgusted by the violence below. And there was Sadashiv Rao, a man caught between the weight of duty and the chains of his own ambition. His eyes burned with a feverish intensity, a mix of determination and dread. He was a warrior, yes, but also a man haunted by the ghosts of his past decisions. Each strike of his sword was an attempt to carve out a path to redemption, yet with every swing, the shadows of his failures loomed larger. His breath came in ragged gasps, the sweat mingling with dirt on his brow, a testament to the fury of the fight. I remember how he grinned, an expression that was more grimace than joy, when he caught sight of his brother-in-arms, the fiery and impulsive Vishwas Rao. The youth, barely more than a boy, was a whirlwind of bravery and folly, charging into the fray with a reckless abandon that both terrified and inspired. "Stay close!" Sadashiv shouted, a plea wrapped in authority, but Vishwas, with his youthful arrogance, laughed as if death were but a distant ghost, never one to tread too close. And that was the heart of it all, wasn't it? Two lives intertwined in a dance of fate, each step bringing them closer to a precipice they could not see. The ground beneath them, once fertile and full of life, now churned under the weight of men and machines, transforming into a graveyard of dreams and hopes. I remember thinking, how many hearts would be shattered today? How many families would be left with nothing but echoes of laughter and memories stained red? But the battle, oh, that merciless beast, was not satisfied. It raged on, a tempest of bodies, a cacophony of despair. I watched as a soldier, eyes wide and wild, fell to his knees, clutching at the gaping hole where his heart had once beaten. The screams of the wounded mingled with the clanging of swords, a haunting lullaby that would linger long after the sun set on this day of horror. I could feel the weight of every fallen soldier pressing down on my soul, a collective grief that threatened to swallow me whole. Sadashiv pushed forward, driven by a force beyond reason. "We fight for our people," he shouted, but I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The truth was a knife wound. His people were scattered, lost in the fog of war, and the very ground they fought upon was stained with betrayal. He felt the weight of their suffering, a crushing burden that threatened to break him. I remember the moment he caught a glimpse of Vishwas, surrounded by enemies, a spark of defiance in his youthful eyes. "No!" The cry tore from Sadashiv's throat like a wounded beast. He surged forward, but fate is a cruel mistress, and time slipped through his fingers like sand. In that instant, everything slowed. I remember the look on Vishwas's face, a mix of fear and exhilaration, as he swung his sword with wild abandon. But there was a man, a shadow lurking just beyond the chaos, who had no intention of letting the flame of youth burn too brightly. A single strike, swift as a whisper, and the world twisted into a nightmare. I felt the collective gasp of the earth itself, a shuddering sigh of anguish echoing through the battlefield. Vishwas crumpled, and I swear I felt the sun dim, its light faltering as if mourning the loss of innocence. Sadashiv roared, an animalistic sound that reverberated through the smoke and chaos. I could see his heart shattering, piece by piece, under the weight of realization. Every drop of blood spilled was a silent witness to their dreams, ambitions, and the bonds that now lay severed in the dirt. I remember how he knelt beside his fallen brother, hands trembling, clutching at the lifeless body, as if by sheer will he could breathe life back into him. "No, no, no." The words turned to a chant of desperation, a prayer to a god that had turned its back on them. And there, amidst the din of battle, time warped into something surreal. Shadows danced and flickered like specters, whispering secrets of loss and regret. I remember the faces of the fallen, men who had once laughed, loved, dreamed, now reduced to mere echoes of their former selves. I felt the earth tremble beneath me, a living entity mourning its lost children, and I realized this was not merely a battle, it was a funeral pyre for an entire nation. But even as despair clawed at the edges, I felt a flicker of defiance igniting within Sadashiv. The fire of rage burned brighter than the sun itself. "For every drop of blood spilled, we will rise." His voice rang out like a war cry, a battle hymn that cut through the fog of grief. There was a moment, a heartbeat, when hope mingled with despair, a fragile thread connecting the living to the fallen. Yet, the battle continued to rage, a beast unyielding and relentless. I remember the ghosts of decisions made in the shadows, the weight of choices that had led them here, betrayals whispered in dark corners, alliances shattered like glass underfoot. Time blurred, and I could feel the cosmos shifting, stars flickering out one by one, as if the universe itself mourned the harrowing fate that awaited them. And then, amidst the chaos, the realization hit me with the force of 1,000 storms. This was not just the end of a battle, this was the beginning of a legacy forged in blood and tears. The Deccan would never be the same. I felt my heart race, the pulse of history reverberating through my very being. The heroes, the villains, the sacrifices, they would echo through the ages, their stories intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree, forever shaping the land. I remember the taste of ash on my tongue as the battle raged on, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, life continued, relentless and unstoppable. The ground beneath my feet trembled with the weight of history, and I understood the Third Battle of Panipat was not merely a moment in time. It was a shadow that would stretch across the Deccan, a haunting echo of ambition, sacrifice, and the indomitable human spirit. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the battlefield in shades of crimson, I felt a chill, a whisper of what was to come, an ominous promise that lingered in the air. The cycle of conflict, the dance of power and loss would continue, weaving a tapestry of tragedy and triumph that would never truly end. The air crackled with tension, thick as a summer storm, as the sound of clashing steel echoed through the valley. Men shouted, their voices raw with fear and rage. I remember standing there, heart pounding in my chest, the scent of sweat and blood lingering like a ghostly spectre. The sun hung low, a fiery orb bleeding into the horizon, painting the battlefield with hues of crimson and gold, colors that whispered of both glory and death. Baji Rio, the man destined to change the fate of the Marathas, was a blur among the chaos. His dark eyes, fierce and focused, burned with an insatiable hunger for conquest. I'd seen him before, a young commander whose ambition eclipsed the many shadows lurking in his past. His cavalry surged forward, a wild tide of horses and men, their battle cries harmonizing in a symphony of destruction. Was it bravery or folly? Sometimes, the thin line between the two blurs in the heat of battle. And then there was Keshav, Baji Io's closest friend. A loyal soldier with a heart as vast as the plains they fought for, yet plagued by doubt. I could see the conflict etched on his face, each swing of his sword a desperate attempt to silence the whispers of treachery that flickered in his mind. "Are we fighting for freedom or merely for blood?" he would often ask, his voice barely audible above the cacophony. But on this day, those doubts seemed drowned out, swallowed by the roar of the impending clash. He was losing himself in the chaos, and I feared it would consume him whole. Nearby, a soldier fell, his scream piercing the air, a haunting reminder of mortality. I remember the look in his eyes as he faded, a flicker of life extinguished in an instant. The battlefield was unforgiving, each man a pawn in a game of ambition and power. Baji Io's ambition was a double-edged sword, glittering and deadly, and Keshav was caught in its grasp, torn between loyalty and the spectre of betrayal that haunted every command. Baji Io shouted orders, his voice cutting through the din like a knife. "We cannot falter. Victory is our only option." And in his fervor, I could see the spark of madness, the intoxicating lure of glory. It danced in his eyes, igniting a wildfire of ambition that threatened to consume everything in its path. With every victory, he grew bolder, and with boldness came the shadows of recklessness. Would this be the day he would finally cross the line, embracing the darkness that whispered promises of power? As the clash intensified, memories of home tugged at my heart, a small village nestled between rolling hills, vibrant and alive. I remembered the smells of spices wafting through the air, laughter echoing like a distant dream. But here, amidst the chaos, those memories felt like a cruel joke, twisted and mocking. The battlefield, a canvas painted with shades of despair, screamed of a future lost in bloodshed. And then, a moment of stillness. The world seemed to freeze, and in that heartbeat, I caught a glimpse of Baji Io's vulnerability. The weight of his father's expectations, the looming shadows of past failures. I could see the ghosts of his ancestors whispering in his ear, urging him onward, yet cautioning him against the steep price of ambition. What if, I thought, what if he loses everything? Keshav surged ahead, his sword raised high, but his heart trembled with an unspoken fear. He fought not just for his commander, but for a sense of purpose, for the dream of a united land. But dreams, I realized, can be as deceptive as the twilight's embrace. They can promise liberation while shrouding the truth in darkness. I witnessed his struggle, the internal war that raged within him, pulling him in two opposing directions. What did freedom cost? And at what point did the fight for freedom become a fight for tyranny in disguise? "Baji! What's your flank?" Keshav shouted, desperation bleeding into his voice. But Baji Io was too far gone, lost in the intoxicating haze of the battle, the taste of victory lingering sweetly on his tongue. I held my breath, aching for their bond, fearing the fracture that might split them apart. They were two warriors dancing on the edge of a blade, and I stood as a silent witness to the impending calamity. The clash of metal rang louder, a symphony of violence orchestrated by the hands of fate. A soldier fell, another rose, and time seemed to stretch, each second heavy with the weight of choices unmade. Would Baji Io prove victorious only to lose what mattered most? Would Keshav's loyalty unravel into a threadbare tapestry of resentment? The sun dipped below the horizon, shadows creeping across the battlefield, and in that moment, I saw it, the flicker of doubt in Baji Io's eyes. It was a fleeting glimpse, a crack in the armor of ambition. Was this the moment he realized that power came at a price? Or was it simply the flicker of a dying flame, a moment before the inferno consumed everything it touched? As the battle raged on, the air thick with the scent of sweat and iron, I felt a chill run down my spine, the encroaching darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. Time and choices collided, and in that chaos, the lines blurred. I felt it in my bones, something had to give. The sun had set, but the darkest hours loomed ahead. With each heartbeat, I could sense the inevitability of the confrontation, the clash not just of swords but of dreams and destinies. The war was no longer just a fight for land, it was a battle for souls, for the very essence of who they were. I could only watch as the threads of fate wove around them, tightening, pulling them closer to an uncertain end. And so, they fought on, lost in the maelstrom of ambition and loyalty, and I remained, a ghost among the living, tethered to their struggles, their fears, their hopes, a mere observer in a saga that was anything but finished. The night stretched on, each heartbeat echoing promises of dawn, or perhaps the eternal twilight that awaited them in the shadows. The air crackled with the tension of unshed blood, a weight so palpable it constricted the throats of those who dared to breathe. A single scream shattered the night, the sound of a heart breaking, echoing against the stone walls of a crumbling fortress. I stood there, a ghost tangled in the fury of the Deccan Wars, where each clash of steel was a hymn sung to the gods of vengeance, and where hearts were ripped out, not just of men but of entire families, entire lineages. I remember the moon, a cruel witness, casting its pallid light over the battlefield, illuminating the faces twisted in rage and despair. I remember Rogav, his eyes aflame with a wildness that bordered on madness, charging forward, sword raised high as if it could cleave the very heavens. He was a warrior, yes, but more than that, he was a son, a brother, a man haunted by the spectre of loss. His brother had fallen in the last skirmish, his laughter silenced forever, and Rogav was left with only memories of a boyhood spent chasing dreams in the fields of his ancestors. Avinosh, he howled, the name tearing from his throat like a wounded animal. It hung in the air, a prayer, and a curse wrapped in one. I felt his anguish, a tidal wave threatening to engulf us all, as he plunged into the fray, slicing through flesh, each swing of his weapon fueled by the ghosts of the past. Then there was Priya, a shroud of fire and sorrow, standing on the outskirts, watching as the chaos unfolded. She was not a warrior by birth, but the war had made her one, a mother with a heart of iron and a will sharper than any blade. Her husband had been taken from her, swept away by the tide of violence that surged through the Deccan like a dark river. She wore her grief like armor, her fierce spirit radiating defiance even as tears slipped silently down her cheeks, leaving tracks on her dirty skin, reminders of the love she had lost, the warmth that had been stolen from her. I remember the smell of blood mingling with the grit of the earth, the metallic tang invading my senses. It was a reminder of what was at stake, what had already been lost. The cries of the wounded, the laughter of children drowned out by the roar of battle, it was all woven into the fabric of this land, a tapestry of life and death, woven tightly until it threatened to fray. I felt it then, the pulse of history coursing through my veins, a heartbeat steady yet chaotic. Rogav's anger was a storm, and Priya's sorrow was a river. They clashed against one another, the tempest of his rage meeting the quiet flood of her grief. They were two souls caught in a dance of despair, one seeking vengeance, the other yearning for peace. The irony of their fates twisted like the fingers of the cypress trees that lined the battlefield, their shadows stretching long and dark as the sun began to sink, the sky bleeding crimson. "Rogav," she shouted, her voice raw, desperate. "Stop! This won't bring him back." "You'll only," but he couldn't hear her, not over the cacophony of clanging swords and the harsh laughter of men drunk on power. I could see it in the way he fought, the way he moved, every thrust and parry a futile attempt to carve out space for his pain. I could see the fragility of his spirit, how it fluttered like a moth against the flame, craving light even as it burned to ash. I wanted to scream at him to stop, to catch him before he lost what was left of his soul. But in the chaos, I was just a bystander, a flicker of light in the vast darkness, powerless against the tide of fate that swept through these lands like a malevolent wind. The shadows whispered of betrayal and kinship, of the dreams that had been stifled under the weight of history, and I felt the echoes of ancient tales resonate in my bones. The moon rose higher, a voyeur to their unfolding tragedy, and I could see Rogav's form silhouetted against the backdrop of fire, a phoenix rising from the ashes of his own destruction. He was not just fighting for revenge, he was fighting for a piece of himself that had been torn away, a fragment of his heart lost in the abyss of war. And there, in that moment, the world held its breath. Priya, her eyes wide and pleading, reached out across the chasm of despair, fingers trembling as she fought against the pull of grief. "Come back to me," she whispered, the words heavy with the weight of mountains. But Rogav, consumed by fury, felt the shadows of his brother's death envelop him, and he charged forth, a wild creature seeking its prey. Each strike was a step deeper into madness, and with each moment, he became less of himself, a man transformed into a vessel of rage. I remember the scream, the one that tore through the night as Priya watched helplessly, the world spinning around her like a kaleidoscope of horror. It was a sound that would haunt the very air of the Deccan, echoing through the valleys and over the hills, a lamentation for lost souls trapped in the iron grip of war. Do you hear that? I wanted to shout. This is not just a battle of swords, it's the clash of heartbeats, the struggle of spirits fighting against the darkness. But the words hung in the ether, lost in the chaos, absorbed by the ground that soaked up the sacrifices made in the name of vengeance. The stars blinked above, indifferent guardians of a world spiraling into oblivion. Each flash of light felt like a farewell, a reminder that life, once vibrant, was now nothing but an echo of what had been. I could feel the pulse of the universe, the ticking of a clock counting down to inevitable sorrow. And still, the battle raged on, a tapestry woven from despair, thread by thread, stitch by stitch, each heartbeat another reminder of the love lost and the lives forever changed. As I stood there, a silent spectator to their anguish, I realized that this was not just a war between men, it was a war within the soul, a war that would never truly end, echoing through the corridors of time, laying claim to the hearts left behind. In that moment, time fractured, and I was swept into the tapestry, woven into the fabric of their grief and rage, forever entwined with the sorrowful symphony of the Deccan Wars. The story did not conclude, it spiraled outward, a never-ending loop of heartache, longing, and relentless pursuit of an elusive peace. And as the winds howled through the remnants of the battlefield, I could only stand there, feeling the weight of a history that was never just history, a tale of loss that whispered in the dark. The air was thick with dust and despair. In the heart of a crumbling village in the Deccan, wounds bled into the very soil that cradled them. I remember the silence before the storm, a stillness that made the world feel suspended, like a breath held too long, waiting to burst. Then came the screams, shattering, piercing. They clawed at the air, wrapping around my throat like a noose. I was there, hidden behind the crumbling walls of a granary, heart hammering, mouth dry with fear, as chaos unfolded. A woman, clad in a tattered saffron sari, her bare feet as silent as shadows, darted through the alleyways. Her name was Mira, a name whispered in prayers and curses alike. Her eyes, fierce and wild, held stories of battles fought in kitchens and behind closed doors. I remember how she gripped a rusted dagger, once used for preparing meals, now a weapon stained with blood and desperation. She was both a mother and a warrior, a protector in a world that had written her off. Each step she took was a defiance against a fate that sought to consume her whole. And then there was Arjun, her brother. His spirit was fragile, a candle flickering against the wind of conflict. I remember the weight of his gaze, a mixture of fear and fury. He'd always admired Mira, the way she transformed pain into purpose. But today, as the clash of steel rang in his ears, he felt the shackles of his own insecurities tighten around his chest. "You shouldn't be here, Mira." "It's too dangerous," he cried, the words choking on the fear he couldn't express. I felt his heart break, the struggle to protect her while knowing he was powerless to shield her from the storm. The village was a ghost town now, echoes of laughter long silenced. Houses stood like broken teeth, and the earth was stained with the remnants of hope. I saw a child's toy, a wooden horse chipped and faded, abandoned in the dirt. A poignant reminder of innocence lost, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of conflict. Mira paused, dropped the dagger, and knelt to pick up the toy. Her fingers trembled as she dusted it off, as if caressing the last vestiges of a life untouched by bloodshed. I remember the tears glistening in her eyes, a silent scream for the laughter that should have filled these streets. "Mira, we have to go," Arjun urged, but the words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of a truth he couldn't bear to acknowledge. They were all fleeing from something lurking in the shadows, ready to swallow them whole. The ghosts of their past danced around them, memories of laughter twisted into screams, promises shattered like glass underfoot. Each heartbeat echoed the urgency of the moment, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. In that fleeting moment, time itself felt distorted. The clock tower, once a proud sentinel of the village, now stood as a hollow shell, its hands frozen at the hour of despair. I felt the nostalgia wrap around me like a suffocating fog, a reminder of a time when the Deccan was alive with color and sound, of festivals and family feasts. How had it come to this? The winds whispered secrets, the universe conspiring against them, as if to say, "You are not the heroes here, you are mere players in a tragedy." They ran together, weaving through the remnants of their lives, the scent of charred earth and despair lingering in the air. I could feel the tension, the electric pull of impending doom. Behind them, the sounds of conflict grew louder, clashing swords, anguished cries, the sharp crack of breaking bones. I felt the weight of history pressing down upon their shoulders, the burdens of ancestors long gone, echoes of battles fought by women who had wielded their strength in silence, their sacrifices unseen. They reached the hill that overlooked the remnants of their village, a vantage point that offered a bittersweet blend of beauty and horror. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and gold, a canvas of destruction. I could almost feel the warmth on my skin, a cruel reminder of life persisting in the midst of chaos. Mira turned to Arjun, her voice aquiver, "They will not take our home from us." Determination radiated off her, a fierce flame against the encroaching darkness. But doubt crept into Arjun's heart. "What can we do against an army?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. I felt the weight of his uncertainty, the chasm between hope and despair. Mira reached out, her hand finding his, grounding him. "We remember our ancestors. They fought with unwavering resolve. We carry their spirit." And for a flicker of time, the world seemed to still, their shared breath a promise, a weapon against the tide of despair. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows loomed larger, and the inevitability of confrontation became palpable. I felt the heartbeat of the earth beneath my feet, a rhythm that resonated with the very essence of conflict, a struggle for survival, a quest for identity. Each character stood at a precipice, caught between the ghosts of the past and the unknown future, battling their own fears. And then, in a heartbeat, the silence shattered. The clash was a symphony of chaos, metal against metal, vengeance against vulnerability. It was in that moment of reckoning that I felt everything. I felt Mira's raw power coursing through her veins, a desperate strength fueled by love and loss. I felt Arjun's terror morphing into a fierce resolve, the fire of loyalty igniting in his soul. In the shadows of conflict, they became warriors, not just of flesh and blood, but of spirit, entwined in a dance of desperation against a world intent on breaking them. I remember the chaos, the visceral energy that crackled in the air, the weight of every choice echoing through time. They fought not just for their village, but for the generations that would come after, for the stories that would be told in the hushed tones of future nights. And as the battle raged on, amidst the terror, amidst the heartbreak, they found a flicker of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the spirit of resilience burned bright. The tension unfurled like a storm, a waiting beast poised to strike. There was no conclusion, no resolution, only the promise of something eternal, an echo of strength, an unyielding spirit that would refuse to fade. The Deccan's conflicts were not defined by the battles fought, but by the women and men who stood unyielding, their hearts entwined in the relentless pursuit of survival, love, and the haunting beauty of their shared humanity. The earth trembled beneath the weight of the past and the promise of blood-stained futures. I stood in the middle of a parched field, its cracked surface glinting under the unforgiving sun, a cruel reminder of the merciless summer. My heart raced as I felt the tension thrumming in the air, as if the soil itself was whispering secrets of the dead. The scent of charred wood and the echo of distant screams clawed at my senses. War had come, and with it, the hollow sound of crushed dreams. I remember the moment when everything changed, the sun dipping low in the sky, bleeding crimson as it melded with the horizon. Roghav, my brother, had knelt at the edge of the field, fingers tracing the contours of the earth. He was a man of the soil, the kind who spoke to plants and believed they listened. But today, his face was a mask of despair, eyes wide, brimming with fear. "They'll take it all," he murmured, voice barely a whisper, "our land, our lives, everything." In that instant, the weight of his words settled like a stone in my stomach. I remember the night he told me the stories of our grandfather, a farmer who fought with the same fervor with which he tilled the ground, clutching a rusty sword in one hand and a plough in the other. He believed the land was sacred, Rogoff had said, but what good is faith when the enemy is at your doorstep? I wanted to laugh, to crumble the tension with humor, but the gravity of our situation pressed down like an anvil. And then there was Anika, the fiery daughter of a merchant, a woman who balanced hope and despair like juggling knives. I watched her from a distance that day as she stood defiantly in the village square, rallying the farmers, urging them to arm themselves with makeshift weapons. "This land is our birthright," she cried, her voice like fire igniting the hearts of the weary. But underneath her bravado lay a flicker of fear, a shadow lurking in the corners of her eyes. I remembered her laughter once, a sound that filled the air with warmth, but now it was swallowed by the impending storm. I remember the night when the ghosts of our ancestors seemed to rise from the earth, whispering in forgotten tongues. The moon shone bright, illuminating the faces of men ready to sacrifice everything. Old alliances were forged in the dark, and yet, betrayal hung in the air like the scent of rain, a promise of cleansing that never came. I could feel Rogov's hand in mine, trembling, squeezing tighter as if we were two leaves caught in a tempest, dancing to a tune only the cosmos could hear. The first clash was a cacophony of metal and fury, hearts racing like wild stallions. I stood at the edge of the battle, a witness to the chaos. Rogov was lost in the mix, a flash of dark hair amidst the swirl of bodies. I could see him, my brother, my blood, fighting with a desperation that clawed at my insides. The shrieks of dying men were swallowed by the laughter of the crows circling overhead, a dark omen of what was to come. I remember the horror in his eyes as he faced the enemy, a towering figure brandishing a sword that gleamed wickedly in the harsh light. Time slowed. I could hear the whispered prayers of those left behind, pleading for strength, for survival. And in that moment, I felt the universe shift, as if the stars were watching, shaking their heads at the folly of man. Anika was there too, her voice rising above the battlefield, compelling, fierce. "For our land, for our future," she shouted, and I felt the force of her conviction rattling through my bones. But I saw the fear etched into her features, the uncertainty creeping in as she wielded her weapon, a crude stick wrapped in fraying cloth. The irony wasn't lost on me, we were farmers, not warriors. Yet here we were, thrust into a brutal dance, compelled to defend our existence. The air thickened with the smoke of burning fields, the stench of sweat mingling with blood. Each heartbeat echoed the tragic rhythm of our lives, a relentless reminder of all we stood to lose. I remember the faces of those we fought beside, each marked by despair and determination, a mosaic of humanity torn apart by the cruel hand of fate. And when the clash reached its peak, when steel met steel, I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. The land we fought for, the same earth that nurtured our crops, our laughter, our tears, was now a battlefield. I whispered to myself, I remember the stories of hope. But hope felt as distant as the stars, flickering in the abyss. The confrontation escalated, body against body, spirit against spirit. Rogov fell, and time fractured. I could see the moment stretch into infinity, his face a mask of disbelief, confusion. "Brother!" I screamed, but my voice was a whisper swallowed by the chaos. I rushed toward him, reckless, but the world pushed back. Shadows seemed to dance around me, mocking, taunting, each step a reminder of the price we paid for dreams. Anika was there, her hands trembling as she fought through the tide of bodies, eyes fierce yet haunted. "We can't let them take it," she yelled, her resolve vibrant against the backdrop of despair. But as I stumbled closer, I realized the futility. This was not a battle for land but for the very essence of who we were. The night wore on, the moon a silent witness to our anguish. Each clash was a heartbeat, reverberating through the soil, awakening the spirits of our ancestors, demanding retribution. I could feel their sorrow, their rage, their desperate hope for a future that felt so fragile. And then it happened, the moment the world shattered. Rogov's hand slipped from mine, and I plunged into darkness. The battlefield faded, and I was left standing in that field, the cracks widening, the shadows stretching. I wanted to scream, to rage against the dying light, but the silence engulfed me, wrapping its tendrils around my heart. I remember the embrace of the land, the suffocating grip of despair and hope mingling like smoke in the air. There were no victors, only the haunting echoes of what had been. And as I turned to the horizon, where sun and moon fought for dominance, I felt the weight of history pressing down, whispering promises of change and of more blood to come. The air crackles like static, thick with tension as I stand on the precipice of history, my heart pounding like a war drum. The sun hangs low, a molten orb, casting long shadows that tremble against the ground, shadows of warriors long gone, their ghosts whispering secrets to the wind. I remember the day they stormed the fort, the clash of steel ringing in my ears, the scent of gunpowder mingling with sweat and fear. The Deccan Wars, their legacy is a tapestry woven with blood, heartbreak, and dreams deferred. I can almost hear the cries of Aditi, a fierce warrior who dared to defy tradition. Her hands, rough and calloused, cradled both sword and sorrow. She lived in a world where women were meant to be silent, yet her voice rang out like a clarion call. In the chaos of battle, I remember her fierce eyes, flames of rebellion flickering in their depths. "I will not be a ghost," she would declare, standing tall against the tide of men who sought to drown her spirit. But every battle she fought left scars deeper than any blade could cut, each victory tinged with the cost of her own soul. And then there was Arjun, a soldier molded by the fires of conflict, his heart a battleground of loyalty and doubt. He fought not just for land but for a name, for a legacy that felt as fragile as a spider's web trembling in the wind. "What are we fighting for?" he would ask in the quiet of the night, his voice a low rumble that echoed in the emptiness around us. "The land? Or the stories we tell ourselves?" His hand shook, not from fear, but from the weight of uncertainty that threatened to crush him. In the depths of war, he grappled with demons birthed from both duty and desire, caught between the girl he loved and the ideals he was sworn to uphold. The battles raged, relentless as time itself, and with every clash of armor, I felt the ripples of their choices echo into our present. The Deccan Wars were not just a chapter in history, they were an albatross, hanging heavy around the neck of modern India. I remember the faces of those who fell, the tears of mothers who buried their sons, the unending cycle of vengeance and despair that seemed to claw at the very fabric of our nation. We live in a land where the ghosts of the past invade our dreams, weaving their stories into our reality. And yet, in the heart of destruction, there was a strange beauty. The sunlight would weave through the leaves, dappling the ground in a dance of light and shadow, as if nature itself mocked the futility of man's ambition. Aditi would pause amidst the chaos, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the earth kissed the sky. "Look," she would say, her voice softening momentarily, "even the sun has to set before it can rise again." Her words hung in the air, pregnant with promise, but also a reminder of the cost of hope. I remember the echoes of laughter, children playing amidst the ruins, their innocence a sharp contrast to the weight of history. They would chase each other, their joy a defiance against the backdrop of despair. They bathed once a year. I would joke, "So yeah, romance was earthy." And for a fleeting moment, the absurdity of it all would wash over me. The laughter would pierce through the tension, a reminder that even in the darkest times, life would find a way to push through. But then came the moments of quiet terror. It was the silence after a battle that haunted me, an eerie stillness where the cries of the fallen seemed to linger, suspended in the air like a spell we couldn't break. Aditi and Arjun would sit in the shadows, their shoulders heavy with the burdens of survival. "What do we tell our children?" Arjun would whisper, fear creeping into his voice. "Will they ever know peace?" The question hung there, sharp as a dagger, twisting in the air like smoke. The night would envelop us, a cocoon of darkness where dreams morphed into nightmares. I remember the cold sweat that clung to my skin, the pulse of history drumming in my ears, an incessant reminder of the battles that still raged within us. Aditi would clutch her sword as if it were her lifeline, her mind racing with what lay ahead. "I will not let this define me," she'd vow, her voice trembling with a strength born from vulnerability. And there, in the heart of a war-torn landscape, the delicate threads of their stories began to intertwine with mine. I found myself lost in the labyrinth of their emotions, a witness to their struggles, their dreams, their heartaches. The legacy of the Deccan Wars could not be contained in the pages of history, it seeped into the soil, the very air we breathed. I felt it in my bones, an echo of pain, resilience, and hope. Time became a spectre, slipping through my fingers as I watched Aditi and Arjun grapple with their destinies. The night sky stretched above us, a canvas painted with stars, each one a reminder of the vastness of our existence. What if we are just shadows, I pondered aloud, flickering between the past and the future, forever haunted? In that moment, I understood, we are all ghosts of our histories, wandering through time, seeking solace in the stories we carry. The confrontation was inevitable, a clash of ideals, of hearts intertwined yet worlds apart. Aditi stood face to face with the very forces that sought to bind her, while Arjun wrestled with the guilt of loyalty and love. The air crackled again, charged with the unspoken words that hung between them like a tightrope, each breath a step toward the abyss. I held my breath, my heart caught in the crossfire of their emotions, feeling every ounce of their pain, their passion, their longing. And just as the night threatened to swallow us whole, the truth emerged like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. The legacy of the Deccan Wars was not merely a tale of bloodshed, it was a testament to the human spirit, a reminder that even amidst the ruins, the light of hope flickers stubbornly. I remember the moment when their eyes met, a connection forged in chaos, an understanding deeper than words. We are not just our histories, Aditi breathed, we are the choices we make. As the dawn began to break, spilling warmth across the land, I felt the weight of their journey pressing upon my soul. The stories of the Deccan Wars had shaped us, etched into the very fabric of modern India, a legacy that continued to pulsate with life, with heartache, with the unyielding quest for identity and belonging. Time seemed to stretch, an eternal loop of emotion and conflict, each moment feeding into the next, crafting a narrative that never truly ends. The battle may have paused, but the war for the soul lives on, echoing through the ages, haunting, hopeful, and achingly real. And as I stood there, a mere observer, the horizon began to glow with possibility, whispering the promise of what was to come. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the blood-stained ground of a village that had once thrived. The air was thick, pregnant with the stench of smoke and despair. I stood there, heart pounding, a witness to history's relentless march, as if time itself had become a cruel spectator to the horrors that unfolded. A child's cry pierced the silence, a raw, unfiltered wail that clawed at my insides. It echoed in my bones, forcing me to confront the aftermath of the Deccan Wars. I remember the moment clearly, as if it were etched in fire. The villagers were not just survivors, they were ghosts wandering amidst the ruins of their lives. They had lost more than homes, they had lost hope, a fragile thing now shattered like glass underfoot. I could see the shadows of former dreams flickering in their eyes, dulled by loss, yet ignited by a fierce determination, a stubborn refusal to fade away quietly in the night. Then there was Arjun. I often joked that he was the most stubborn man I'd ever met, a walking embodiment of defiance. Yet, in that moment, standing over the charred remains of his once vibrant spice shop, he looked more like a statue, a monument to grief. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from a deep, unshakable anger. "They took everything," he whispered, voice laced with a venomous edge, each word dripping with the weight of his loss. I could see it, the rage simmering beneath his surface, threatening to erupt like a volcano that had slept for centuries. And there was Myra, his sister, whose laughter had once filled their home like sunlight pouring through a window. Now, it hung like a distant memory, desperately clinging to the past. She knelt in the dirt, hands digging into the earth as if trying to unearth their vanished lives. "I remember when we thought we were invincible," she muttered, a bitter laugh escaping her lips, but her eyes betrayed the truth. They were not invincible. The war had stripped them bare, exposing their vulnerabilities. The soil beneath her nails was a stark reminder that nothing would ever grow again, at least not without nurturing, not without pain. I could feel my heart clash with the reality around me, each beat echoing louder than the last. The city had been the lifeblood of the Deccan, a vibrant tapestry now reduced to ashes and echoes. I remembered walking the markets, the air thick with spices, laughter mingling with the calls of merchants. Now, the only sound was the haunting rustle of wind amongst the debris, whispering secrets of what had been and what could never be again. The elders gathered, their faces drawn and weary, yet their eyes flickered with a tenacity I couldn't fully grasp. "We must rebuild," one of them declared, his voice a gravelly testament to endurance. But every soul present knew the truth, rebuilding was not merely a task, it was a battle. The scars of war did not wash off with rain, they settled deep into the marrow. Arjun's fists clenched at his sides, knuckles white. Rebuild? Rebuild what? There's nothing left. His voice rose, echoing off the crumbling walls, a testament to his turmoil. The war had stripped him of certainty, of faith, and now he stood exposed, a raw nerve in a world that had forgotten how to feel. Myra looked at him, her eyes softening, yet the fire within her burned just as fiercely. We rebuild to honor what we've lost. We rebuild so they didn't die in vain. Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their shared grief. In that moment, I realized they were not just siblings mourning the loss of their home, they were warriors of memory, fighting a war that had no end. But as night fell, the specter of despair loomed larger. The stars above blinked like distant memories, shimmering yet unreachable. The moon hung low, casting a silvery light over the ruins, a cruel reminder of the beauty that once was. I remembered how they used to gather under that very moon, laughter spilling into the night like wine, unguarded and free. But now, fear lingered like a ghost, haunting their every thought. The villagers spoke in hushed tones about the future, of rebuilding, of hope, yet I could sense the doubt thrumming beneath their words. Hope was a fragile thread, easily frayed by the weight of reality. With every word, I could see the flicker of dreams being extinguished, one by one, like candles snuffed out by an unforgiving wind. I wanted to reach out, to tell them that there was still light, that amidst the darkness, there was a chance to rise again. But the weight of my own helplessness settled in my chest like lead. I wasn't a warrior, I was merely a bystander, an observer to their suffering, unable to shield them from the storm that raged within and without. But amidst the despair, something stirred, a spark of resistance ignited by their pain, a yearning to be more than just survivors. I watched as Arjun knelt beside Myra, their hands clasped together, an anchor amidst the chaos. "We fight for us," he said, voice steady now, imbued with a newfound strength. "We fight for our parents, for the laughter that once filled these streets. We fight for our future." And somehow, in that fragile moment, I felt a shift. The air crackled with a promise unspoken, a fragile thread of hope woven through the darkness. They would not go quietly into the night. They would rise, not merely as survivors, but as warriors of their own fate. As I stepped back, the shadows crept closer, and the echoes of the past intertwined with the whispers of tomorrow. Time, that relentless tormentor, ticked on, indifferent to the turmoil it left in its wake. The clock had no mercy, yet it moved forward, dragging them along in its wake, a cruel reminder that life would continue. The story was far from over, each heartbeat, each breath filled with the spirit of those who had come before, shaping the path ahead. And as the night deepened, I understood, this was merely the beginning. The restoration would not be easy, it would be messy, chaotic, filled with setbacks and minor victories. But they would fight, and in their fight, they would find themselves again. They would reclaim what had been stolen, not just from the earth, but from their very souls. And as I stood in that desolate landscape, heart racing with the weight of what was to come, I knew I had become part of their story, a thread in the tapestry of their existence, a witness to their rise from the ashes. The dawn would break again, and maybe, just maybe, the darkness would not last forever. The sun hung low, bleeding orange into the sky, casting elongated shadows over the parched earth of the Deccan. A child's wail pierced the oppressive silence, a sound that reverberated through the heart like a distant drum of impending doom. I found myself rooted to the ground, breathless, as I watched the desperate figure of a woman, her eyes wild, lips cracked from thirst, sprint toward the encampment. She clutched a ragged piece of cloth, a prayer flag of sorts, yet it fluttered with the weight of despair. I remember her scream, echoing through the parched landscape, a haunting melody against the backdrop of British tents that popped up like mushrooms after rain. "Lila?" A voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air, belonging to Lieutenant James Harrington, whose chiseled jaw and sharp blue eyes betrayed none of the turmoil within him. He was a man straddling two worlds, desperately clinging to the revered ideals of empire while his heart whispered of compassion, of humanity. He was supposed to be in charge, the one who brought order to chaos, and yet he felt like a puppet, strings pulled by unseen hands. "Get her back!" he shouted, fists clenching as if he could crush the futility of his command. "Get her back!" And yet, Who could contain the wild spirit of a mother? She was a storm, her love like lightning, fierce and unyielding. I remember the moment when Lila's fingers brushed against the hem of the tent, the fabric stark white against her darkened skin, like the truth against a lie. For a fleeting second, she seemed to be suspended in time, caught between the world she knew and the one that threatened to consume her. Her breath was a prayer, rising with the dust, whispering secrets to the ancient land beneath her feet. And there was Samuel, a boy barely old enough to comprehend the weight of his uniform, but old enough to know the taste of fear. He watched from a distance, eyes wide, reflecting the horror of 1,000 tales told in hushed voices. He idolized Harrington, thought of him as a hero carved from marble. Yet as he witnessed the mother's struggle, the cracks in the facade of authority began to show. He felt the stifling air wrap around him, a noose of expectation tightening with every heartbeat, every tick of the clock that seemed to mock them all. "I told you we shouldn't have come here." Samuel's voice quivered, a fragile echo among the tension, like a moth flitting too close to the flame. The weight of his words hung like an anvil in the air, threatening to flatten their spirits under its unyielding gravity. "Silence!" Harrington barked, though his voice wavered. He didn't want to feel. He was a soldier, after all. He was not made for compassion but for command. And yet, as he gazed into Lila's eyes, something stirred within him, a flicker of doubt that threatened to ignite into a wildfire of empathy. "Please," Lila gasped, her voice raw, scraping against the stones of reality. "My son, he needs," but need was a currency here, one that was often counterfeit, and Harrington felt it twist around him like a serpent, squeezing the breath from his lungs. He was a man molded by duty, yet in that moment, the walls of his resolve began to crumble. "James," Samuel whispered, a plea that sliced through the tension. "You can't just let them suffer." Tension crackled, the air thick with unspoken truths. Harrington's heart raced, trapped between the roaring waves of his conscience and the rigid expectations of his rank. I remember the way the sunlight struck his face, illuminating the conflict etched into his features, casting shadows that danced with every heartbeat, flickers of memory threatening to engulf him. Then came the sound, a shot, sharp and sudden, like a thunderclap splitting the sky. Time fractured, and for a moment, the world stood still. Lila fell, a marionette with its strings cut, collapsing into the dust, the earth swallowing her whole. "No!" Samuel cried, a raw, primal scream torn from his throat. The boy dashed forward, heart pounding like a war drum, each step a desperate ballet between innocence and the brutal reality of mortality. Harrington stood frozen, the echo of the gunshot ringing in his ears, memories of home flashing before his eyes, the laughter of children, the smell of fresh bread, the warmth of a mother's embrace. What was he doing? What had he become? But the truth was, he had long been a ghost wandering on this foreign soil, a shadow of the man he once aspired to be. He was trapped in a gilded cage, the bars forged from orders and expectations. And yet, as he felt the pulse of the land beneath him, the cries of those gathered, he could almost hear the whispers of a different path, one he had buried deep beneath the rubble of duty. "James, let's help her." Samuel's voice cut through the fog, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. And in that moment, something within Harrington began to shift, like tectonic plates realigning under the weight of a world teetering on the brink. But it was too late. Shadows encroached, the sun dipping beneath the horizon, pulling the warmth from the land, leaving behind a chill that wrapped around their hearts. Time blurred, memories twisted, and hope became a flickering candle in the wind. They were stuck in a loop of despair, bound by chains of their own making, teetering on the edge of an abyss. The crowd stirred, uncertainty rippling through them like a cold wind. Lila's blood soaked the earth, and in that moment, the Deccan became a canvas painted in shades of grief, each brushstroke a testament to suffering. The weight of it all settled onto Harrington's shoulders, heavy as a stone, and he felt the pulse of history pressing against his chest, a reminder of the lives lost in the name of empire. "I remember," he uttered, a whisper lost in the chaos, "I remember the dreams of home, the innocence of youth. But the reality, it feels so far away now." Samuel turned to him, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Then let's change it. No more ghosts, James. Let's make a choice." The night deepened, and the air thickened, laden with potential. They stood at the crossroads, the weight of the stars above pressing down upon them, a celestial reminder of the struggles etched into the fabric of their souls. The future, like the horizon, was blurry, undefined, but it pulsed with the raw promise of rebellion, of change, waiting to be seized. And as the echoes of that fateful moment echoed into the night, the air crackled with unspoken possibilities. Shadows danced, and the world hung on the precipice, not quite ready to let go. The night was thick with tension, a living thing, wrapping around the city of Bijapur like the grip of a vice. I stood in the shadows of a crumbling stone arch, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat an echo of the fear threading through the air. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into an abyss, glinting ominously on the blades of soldiers outside, their eyes burning with fervor, each one a puppet ready for the strings to be pulled. It was midnight, the hour of ghosts, where every whisper carried the weight of secrets and every shadow concealed a betrayal. I remember the moment clearly, the chill of the night air biting through my thin cloak, the distant sound of hooves on cobblestone. I was not just a witness but a ghost in my own memory, standing between the worlds of life and death, the known and the unknown. The Deccan Wars were more than a clash of kingdoms, they were a tapestry woven with threads of espionage and intelligence, the very fabric of survival. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Amir, a spy with a heart as turbulent as the rivers that carved through the land. He was a man of contradictions, his laughter a melody, yet his eyes sang a dirge. He had whispered to me once, "Trust is a currency more valuable than gold." But in this game of shadows, who could you trust when betrayal was a breath away? Amir had danced with danger for so long that the line between loyalty and treachery blurred like the edges of a mirage. His face was drawn, haunted by the ghosts of choices made in the heat of battle. I could see the weight of his decisions etched into the lines of his forehead, a map of regrets that mirrored the scars of the land we fought for. Then there was Selma, fierce and unyielding, her spirit an inferno in a world of ash. A brilliant strategist, she believed in the power of knowledge as much as in the strength of an army. I had watched her weave plans in the flickering light of oil lamps, her thoughts sharp as the daggers hidden beneath her cloak. To know your enemy is to control your fate, she'd often said, eyes glinting like the very stars that seemed to mock our struggles. But knowledge came at a cost. Each piece of intelligence was a double-edged sword, slicing through the dark but drawing blood too. She had sacrificed friendships, alliances, and perhaps even a part of her soul in her pursuit of victory. In the distance, a sudden explosion shattered the night, a sound that rippled through the quiet, sending tremors of fear coursing through us. It was chaos, screams mingled with the acrid smell of smoke and the metallic tang of blood. Time fractured as I sprinted through the alleys, the shadows swallowing me whole. Heart racing, I caught glimpses of soldiers darting like frightened rabbits, their faces twisted in panic. And then I saw them, enemies clad in dark armor, moving like phantoms under the moonlight, their intentions clear as they cut through the air with a ferocity that sent chills down my spine. "Amir!" I screamed, my voice lost in the cacophony. "Selma!" The names hung in the air, a desperate prayer, but the night offered no answers, only the deafening silence of the unknown. I stumbled into a courtyard, breathless, where the remnants of a plan lay scattered like leaves in a tempest. The very ground felt alive, pulsing with the energy of lives caught in the crossfire of ambition and betrayal. Neon lights flickered in my mind, illuminating memories long buried. I remembered the secrets whispered in the dark corners of taverns, the clandestine meetings beneath the city's breathless skyline. I thought of the betrayal that had come from within, where the allure of power turned friends into foes. I could hear the words reverberating in my head, "You cannot play with fire without getting burned." And yet, here we were, all of us, drawn into this inferno, hearts as heavy as our burdens. I found Amir, cornered against a wall, his back pressed to the stones as he fought off two attackers. There was a raw desperation in his eyes, as if the world around him was collapsing, a mirror of the chaos in his soul. I lunged forward, the adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire, and together we dispatched the assailants. But the victory felt hollow, a brief flicker before the darkness closed in again. "Where's Selma?" I gasped, the weight of dread constricting my chest. "Lost in the labyrinth," he replied, his voice trembling, haunted by the realization that we might not find her. The plans, it's all slipping away. As if summoned by our fears, Selma emerged from the shadows, a spectre of rage and determination. We must regroup, she shouted, her voice slicing through the chaos. There was a fierce light in her eyes, a determination that ignited something deep within me. But even in her strength, I saw the fissures of doubt, the burden of leadership heavy upon her shoulders. "Do you realize what we're up against?" I implored, feeling the weight of the world pressing down. "This isn't just a battle, it's a war of shadows. Every trust we've built could crumble at dawn." Her gaze bored into mine, fierce yet vulnerable. "Then let's make sure they don't see the dawn." In that moment, standing between Amir and Selma, I felt the weight of 1,000 decisions pressing against my heart. The world was vast, filled with echoes of battles fought and lost, and yet here we were, 3 souls entwined in a struggle larger than ourselves. The stakes weren't just our lives, they were the hopes and dreams of our people, the weight of history itself hanging in the balance. And the night stretched endlessly before us, an expanse of uncertainty that promised both terror and triumph. Each heartbeat was a countdown, a reminder that in this game of shadows, even the smallest glimmer of intelligence could shift the tide of war. But for now, we were simply 3 warriors against a tide of darkness, armed with nothing but our resolve and the flickering hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we could shape our own destinies before the final curtain fell. The air was thick with the stench of charred earth and iron, a metallic tang that hung like a noose around the neck of the Deccan, suffocating and relentless. I stood amidst the ruins, fragments of once vibrant life scattered like forgotten dreams underfoot. A crumbling wall whispered stories of laughter lost, of families now shattered. I remember the echoes of children's voices, gone silent, swallowed by the shadows of war. I could hear the distant rumble of thunder, but it was not the rain I waited for, it was the sound of something far more sinister, the march of soldiers, the jarring clang of metal against metal, the cries of the innocent. Adele, a fierce young woman with fire in her heart, crouched beside me, her hand stained with the ashes of her home. "What do they care?" she seethed, eyes ablaze. She was a whirlwind of desperation, her spirit unwilling to bend despite the weight of despair. "They don't see the land we're losing, forests turned to graves, rivers weeping mud." Her voice cracked under the pressure, and in that moment, I saw the fragile thread holding her together, every claim of valor tinged with vulnerability. I thought of Ravi, her brother, who had fought bravely at the front lines, yet crumbled inside like the buildings around us. He had once promised her a future painted in hues of green, a life filled with the warmth of sunlight filtering through mango trees. But now, he was a ghost of that promise, wandering the scorched earth, seeking redemption for battles lost. He'd buried his hope beneath layers of duty, his laughter replaced by the metallic click of a rifle. "Do you remember when we'd play in the fields?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, as if louder sounds would shatter the fragile memories. Before all this, the words hung in the air, a prayer for the past, a plea for an echo of innocence that felt impossibly distant. I could see it then, Adele's small hands weaving through the tall grasses, laughter spilling like sunlight, unguarded. "I remember," she choked out, her eyes glassy with unshed tears. "I remember how we thought the sky would always be blue." The weight of her words pressed down like the oppressive heat of the sun that had turned our dreams to dust. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, sharp and echoing, splintering the moment. It sliced through the air like a knife, a reminder that peace was an illusion, just as fleeting as the blue sky we had taken for granted. We ducked instinctively, our hearts racing, the remnants of a childhood crushed underfoot. "What have we become?" Ravi's voice, raw and hollow, broke the silence. He emerged from the shadows, breathless, a spectre caught between the past and the present. "We're fighting for a land that is becoming a wasteland." Each word felt like a dagger aimed at the heart of hope, and I could almost feel the earth tremble beneath us, echoing his lament. I wanted to reach out to him, to pull him back from the precipice of despair, but his eyes, those haunted, sunken eyes, spoke of battles internalized, of a soldier's torment that no one could truly understand. "The soil remembers," he murmured, almost to himself. "It remembers our ancestors, our laughter, our love." I watched as he turned to face the horizon, the sun setting in a wash of blood-red hues that mirrored our reality. It was a canvas painted with the agony of loss, with memories of joy rendered grotesque by the spectre of war. "And now," he asked, voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a winter branch, "what remains when we're gone? When the land is stripped bare, when we've taken everything?" The question hung heavy in the air, an echo of something deeper, something relentless. As darkness began to cloak the land, shadows danced around us, mocking, whispering of futures stolen, of dreams buried beneath the weight of destruction. Adele lifted her chin defiantly, looking at her brother as if trying to ignite a spark within him. "We fight, Ravi. We fight for what is left. The trees, the rivers, the memories." Her voice, raw and fierce, brought a flicker of life back to the darkness. "For every tree that falls, we plant two. For every river that runs dry, we find a way to bring it back." Her determination was a fragile candle against the night, but it burned with an intensity that made my heart swell. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath me, a heartbeat that throbbed with the remnants of life. It echoed the pain of what had been lost and the flicker of what could still be. We weren't just fighting for the land, we were fighting for ourselves, for our humanity, for the stories etched into our very being. But every moment was a reminder. Time was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand, and the ghosts of our choices towered over us like darkened clouds. I remembered the laughter of children, the songs of elders, the warmth of community. I remembered how they bathed once a year, so romance was earthy. The absurdity of life captured in a moment that now felt so distant. Then, a flicker, a faint glimmer of hope in the enveloping darkness. "We will write our own story," I said, a whisper rising against the night. "We will not be mere footnotes in the annals of war. We will rise from these ashes." The three of us stood together, bound by the unspoken weight of our past and the uncertain promise of our future. The stars began to prick the dark canvas above, distant and cold, yet holding the warmth of dreams yet to be realized. In that charged moment, as the night deepened around us, I knew this story was far from over. The air was thick with the scent of rain, of earth awakening, of battles yet to be fought, not just against the enemy outside, but within ourselves. And as we stood there, the ground beneath our feet trembled, not from the weight of war, but from the stirring of something new, something alive that demanded to be fought for. The sky screamed in shades of crimson and ash, each pulse of the sunset a chilling reminder that tomorrow might never come. I stood in the heart of the battlefield, dirt clinging to my skin like a second layer, as if the earth itself was trying to bury the horrors manifesting before me. I remember the whir of a contraption slicing through the air, a drone birthed from nightmares, casting shadows across faces frozen in terror. I remember the screams, the destruction. Technology had unleashed a demon upon us, and we were its unwilling servants. I had never before felt so small, and yet, my heart pounded a ferocious rhythm. The metallic taste of fear lingered on my tongue, like iron left to rust in the dampness of the night. My fingers trembled as I gripped the hilt of my sword, a relic of another age, as if it could somehow shield me from the encroaching dark. In a world where the past and the future collided with clarity, I felt the line between hero and monster blur. Across the field stood Malhar, a commander clad not just in armor, but in the heavy weight of betrayal. He was a man who had once inspired loyalty with a voice that could command the winds, now reduced to a whisper of his former self, drowning in the quicksand of technology's relentless advance. "They turned us into machines," he'd said, bitterness seeping through his words as we gathered for what felt like the last supper before a storm. "Why fight with our hearts, when they control our hands?" But there he was, the embodiment of a brave soldier, stubborn as a mule, rooted in the belief that honor still flickered somewhere beneath the surface of our mechanized hell. I felt the warmth seep from my heart to my fingertips, a desperate hope that clung to life, like a flame fighting against the suffocating winds of despair. "Malhar," I whispered, "we can't let them strip us of our humanity." And yet, the silhouettes of figures rose above the smoke, the gleaming lenses of their instruments glinting ominously. Each click of a button echoed like a heartbeat, resonating through the ether with a chill that gnawed at the edges of my soul. "Are we even human anymore?" he asked, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips, the darkness in his eyes contrasting harshly with the fire that raged within me. I wanted to scream, to shake him until the fire returned, but I merely stood still, caught in the gaze of a man I admired, yet felt I no longer understood. Then there was Anika, sharp as a blade and twice as dangerous, wielding technology in ways we never dreamt of. She had embraced the very demons we fought against. Her hands danced over screens, tapping with a ferocity that could ignite a blaze. "This is our salvation," she proclaimed, eyes blazing with fervor, a prophet in a world gone mad. But even as I watched her brilliance, I recalled the moment she had turned away from us, choosing circuits over souls with a zeal that left scars. "Anika," I implored, each word a desperate plea. "What happens when we lose ourselves? When all this power leaves us hollow?" But her laughter rang out, a siren song wrapped in the bitter taste of iron. "You're still clinging to dreams of valor. Look around. This is the new battlefield." But in the chaos, amidst the screams and the whirring of death from above, I felt her resolve slip, her fingers faltering, the screens flickering. I had seen the cracks, the moments where even she could not mask the fear gnawing at her heart. This was not just a fight for territory, it was a war for existence, for the essence of who we were. The drone loomed above, a metallic hawk surveying its territory, a harbinger of despair. I felt the vibration in my bones, that sickening anticipation that tasted like iron. Time slowed, the air thick with anxiety, each heartbeat a countdown to chaos. "We can't let them win," I shouted, but the words fell into the void, swallowed by the cacophony of war. Malhar's eyes met mine, a flicker of understanding, a bond forged in fear and desperation. "Then we fight for what's left of humanity," he declared, drawing his sword, a glint of rebellion sparking in his chest. "We can't let them rewrite our fate." And as Anika stood between us, caught in the tempest of our conflicting beliefs, I felt the weight of our choices crash down upon us like an avalanche. Would we stand united, or would we be torn apart by the very technology that promised salvation? The drone unleashed its fury, a rain of fire and fury raining down, lighting the shadows of our fears. My heart raced, a drumbeat of defiance, each thud echoing through the chambers of my soul. I remembered the stories of old, how the myths told of heroes and monsters, of love and betrayal. It was not just a battle of arms, but a battle of ideals, each footfall a heartbeat in a world teetering on the brink of oblivion. As the smoke curled around us, I could see the faces of our comrades, bathed in the eerie glow. Each expression mirrored the chaos within. There was fear, yes, but there was also a flicker of hope. The darkness whispered promises of despair, but in the deepest shadows, I could see the light of determination. And then, in that moment of utter chaos, I understood. This was not just warfare, it was the very essence of who we were. The battle was not only against technology, but against the very notion of what it meant to be human. In the flickering shadows, amidst the cacophony, we stood on the precipice of our own salvation, ready to confront not just the enemy before us, but the demons within. And as the darkness enveloped us, I felt an unyielding resolve rise within, an echo of the past melding with the future. I was not merely a soldier, I was human. I was alive. And the fight was far from over. The battlefield lay silent for a heartbeat, then exploded into chaos, a cacophony of clashing steel, screams, and the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground. I remember the acrid smell of smoke, the taste of desperation clinging to my tongue like a bitter memory. The sun hung low, a fiery orb that cast long, haunting shadows over the carnage. It was here, amid the echoes of war, that I first encountered the ghosts of the Deccan Wars, figures carved from flesh and bone, their souls fracturing under the weight of ambition, love, and betrayal. I remember Rani Digavati, fierce and unyielding, her heart ablaze with the fire of 1,000 suns. She was not merely a queen, she was a tempest. Beneath her royal garments, a warrior spirit thrummed, ready to rise. The luscious gardens of her palace had once echoed with laughter, but now the walls bore witness to her agony, her determination hardening into a cruel resolve. "Do they think me weak?" she hissed, her voice laced with venom, eyes glinting like daggers. "I will not let my people drown in the tides of cowardice." Her adversary was no less formidable, Tanaji Maluser, a shadow among shadows, a man forged in the fires of loyalty. I remember the way he always seemed to prefer the darkness, as if the light was a betrayal. He loved fiercely, but his love came with chains, binding him to his duty. "For my king, I would leap into the jaws of hell," he would declare, and the fervor in his voice could raise the dead. But inside, a storm raged. What price would he pay for this loyalty? As he prepared to storm the fort, every heartbeat echoed the question, would he be crushed beneath the weight of his own sacrifice? And then there was Bijapur's Sultan, Adil Shah, the embodiment of cunning, with eyes that sparkled with mischief and malice. He was a puppet master in a game of blood, pulling strings with a devilish glee. I remember the way he laughed, a sound that sent chills down the spines of even his closest advisors. War is a dance, my friends, he would say, spinning tales as easily as he spun enemies into allies. But behind that smirk, a gnawing fear festered. Would the dance lead to his own downfall, or was he merely playing with shadows that would consume him? The tension hung thick, palpable as the dust that swirled around them, ghostly remnants of fallen warriors clinging to the earth like echoes of past lives. The armies gathered, a sea of faces, each one reflecting a different shade of despair. I remember the cries of mothers in the distance, the desperate pleas that pierced the air, a reminder of what hung in the balance. The fates of kingdoms intertwined, each thread taut and trembling, whispering tales of honor and treachery as the sun dipped below the horizon. Digavati formed her plan with meticulous care, her heart a battlefield of its own. She paced, her mind a whirlwind of strategies and fears. What if I fail, she pondered, battling the specters of doubt. She tightened her grip around her sword, feeling the cool steel against her palm, an extension of her will, her defiance. In that moment, she became a symbol, not just of royalty but of resilience. I will fight until my last breath, she swore to the silence, the ghosts nodding in solemn agreement. Tanaji, meanwhile, stood on the precipice of destiny, his heart heavy with the burden of loyalty. The fort loomed before him, an ironclad bastion of power. If I fall, will they remember me as a hero or a fool? It was a question that gnawed at him, the very cosmos spinning with uncertainty, taunting him with its vastness. He hesitated, one hand clutching the hilt of his sword as if it were a lifeline. Would he become a mere footnote in history, buried beneath the weight of forgotten wars? Adil Shah's laughter echoed in the stillness of his tent, a siren's call to chaos. He reveled in his own cleverness, plotting the downfall of his enemies like a master artist painting a masterpiece of blood. But in the quiet moments, when the candles flickered and shadows danced upon the walls, he felt the gnawing sensation of impending doom. The higher you climb, the harder you fall, he mused, the thought as intoxicating as the wine he drank. Yet, the taste was bitter, tainted with the possibility of betrayal lurking in the corners of his grand designs. As the sun set, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield, a collective breath held in anticipation. I remember the way the air crackled with tension, charged with the imminent clash of wills. The moon hung above, an indifferent observer, casting a pale light on the blood-soaked earth that shimmered like a grim tapestry. The weight of history pressed down, heavy and unyielding, like a clock counting down the moments until fate would unleash its fury. I remember, faces drawn tight with fear, fists clenched in determination, hearts racing in a rhythm that echoed the battle drums. And as they surged forward, warriors and queens alike, it became clear that this war would not merely be fought on the physical plane. It was a clash of ideals, a tempest of ambition and pride, love and betrayal, where every choice would reverberate through the ages. The intensity heightened. Each heartbeat drummed the inevitable. The clash of swords, the cries of men, the echo of dreams shattered. This was the Deccan, a stage drenched in the haunting beauty of destruction, where every glance held the weight of destiny. The warriors were not just fighting for land, they were grappling with the ghosts of their own souls, wrestling with the shadows of their past. And as the night deepened, the lines between hero and villain blurred, the essence of the Deccan Wars revealing itself not as a battle, but as a haunting reflection of humanity, an intricate tapestry woven from the threads of aspirations, fears, and the ever-looming spectre of mortality. In this unrelenting dance of fate, I could feel the tides rising, a storm brewing beyond the horizon, and I knew, deeply, that the story had only just begun. The haunting echoes of their battles would resonate through time, their legacies entwined in a relentless loop until the end of days. The air crackled with the tension of inevitable doom, a storm brewing in the hearts of men. As the sun sank behind the jagged peaks of the Sahyadri, shadows stretched long, crawling with the ghosts of ambition and betrayal. The armies of the Deccan were poised like coiled serpents, ready to strike, the ground pulsed with the weight of history, each heartbeat echoing the clash of swords yet to come. I remember the distant thunder of hooves, the clang of iron meeting iron, and the terrified cries of men caught in the maelstrom of war. There was a boy, no, a man, barely 20, with eyes that flickered like dying stars. His name was Vikram, and he stood atop a hill, surveying the battlefield with a heart pounding a frantic rhythm of dread and rage. His father had fallen in the last conflict, a casualty of the endless cycle of blood that marked the Deccan like a scar. Vikram had sworn to avenge him, but how could a flicker of vengeance hold against the raging inferno of war? As the sun kissed the horizon, a figure emerged from the chaos, Anjali, fierce and resolute, her hair whipping in the wind like a banner of defiance. She was not merely a woman, she was a force of nature, her spirit forged in the fires of loss. Her brother, too, had succumbed to the savagery of the Deccan Wars, swallowed whole by the greed of kings. Each clash of steel reminded her of a promise unfulfilled, an oath of loyalty that felt as heavy as the swords they wielded. She, too, stood at the brink, a warrior draped in the shroud of tragedy, yearning for a world where hope didn't taste like ash. "Vikram," she shouted, her voice cutting through the cacophony, raw and urgent. "Can you still hear them? The cries of our people? They echo like a haunting symphony, and yet, we remain here, poised for destruction." In that moment, time seemed to dissolve, leaving only the two of them, two souls entwined in the heart of turmoil. Memory surged like a fever dream, laughter shared over meals, the warmth of friendship blooming in the shadows of oppression. "I remember the stories," Vikram said, his voice trembling, "of kingdoms lost and reclaimed. But this," he gestured to the scars of the land, "this is not a tale. This is our reality, our doom." Yet even amid despair, the absurdity of their plight danced like a ghost. They fought for kings who bathed less than once a year, who stunk of arrogance and decay. What kind of romance could bloom in such soil? Anjali scoffed, the corners of her mouth twitching in a smile, cutting through the tension like a blade. "Earthy, indeed," she replied. "Our ancestry is a mess of sweat and blood, pristine as a pig in mud." Laughter bubbled up, startling them both, a brief spark of light in a darkening world. But the laughter faded, replaced by silence, the kind that wraps tightly around the chest, constricting like a noose. Anjali glanced at Vikram, her eyes a storm of emotion. "Will we be mere ghosts in this war? Stories told to the winds, forgotten like the ashes of our ancestors." Her heart ached with a longing for meaning, for connection, amid the chaos. A scream pierced the air, a man's last breath swallowed by the ferocity of battle. The sound pulled them back to their harsh reality, and with it came an overwhelming dread, a dread that clawed at Vikram's insides, leaving him hollow. He remembered his father's face, etched in pain, and the last words he'd spoken before the darkness claimed him, "Fight for what is right, son. Never forget, love, above all, is our greatest weapon." But love felt so far away in the heat of war, the idea of it lost amidst the perfumed promises of kings and the maimed bodies sprawled across the blood-soaked earth. Would he ever find the courage to honor that memory? The thought was a weight pressing down on him, a heavy anchor in a stormy sea. Anjali, sensing his turmoil, took his hand, grounding him. Together, she breathed, a fierce whisper that cut through the fog of despair. "We are not alone in this. Let's make our stand here, not as ghosts, but as warriors who dare to live, to feel, and to fight for every breath." In that moment, they stood on the precipice of choice, the weight of the world pressing down, yet somehow lifted by the fire ignited between them. It was a flame that flickered with uncertainty, yet burned with the promise of a tomorrow they both feared and yearned for. But darkness was insatiable. As the first clash of swords rang out, echoing like a thunderclap of doom, it spilled into their hearts, igniting a primal fear, a fear of loss, of sacrifice, of becoming just another casualty in this brutal dance of power. The ground beneath them quaked, a reminder that history was not simply written in books, it was forged in blood and tears. And then it came, the first rush of battle, a tsunami of chaos that swallowed them whole. Vikram and Anjali charged forward, their lives entwined in a web of fate. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, screams became a symphony of horror, and within that cacophony, they found their resolve. They would not be mere shadows, they would carve their names into history, no matter the cost. As sword met sword, as breath turned to gasp, the world shrank to the clashing of steel, to the rhythm of heartbeats pounding in unison, a haunting echo of life amid the abyss. Each thrust, each parry felt like an awakening, a reminder that even in the face of despair, there was beauty, there was rage, and above all, there was unyielding hope. The Deccan Wars rolled on, a tide of destruction sweeping across the land, but within that chaos, Vikram and Anjali would find their way, a path dark and twisted, yet shimmering with the possibility of a tomorrow that lingered like a whisper on the horizon. And as they fought, the question hung in the air: would they emerge as victors or ghosts, forever trapped in the shadows of their own making? The answer danced just beyond their grasp, elusive as the stars disappearing into the dawn. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long, ominous shadows across the battlefield. Shouts echoed, a cacophony of fear and fury, the symphony of lives breaking apart. An arrow soared past my ear, a whisper of death that sent a chill racing down my spine. I could almost hear the wails of ghosts that haunted this very ground, a morbid reminder of the countless souls who had fought, bled, and perished here. I remember the moment I found myself crouching behind a crumbling wall, my heart pounding like a war drum, a steady rhythm that matched the chaos around me. It was a day like no other, with the Deccan sky swirling with the promise of violence. I could see him, Raghunath, my brother-in-arms, a fierce warrior whose laughter once filled the void of silence. Now, he was a phantom, a silhouette against the carnage, a man torn between loyalty and the iron grip of survival. His face, once alive with fire, now a mask of resolve and despair. "Keep your head down," he shouted, his voice strained, dragged low by the weight of his choices. I could barely respond, the words lodged in my throat. But I felt it, the warmth of blood on my hands, a gruesome reminder that this was not just a fight for land or honor, it was a battle for our very humanity, teetering on the edge of a knife. The Deccan, with its sprawling landscapes, had seen the rise and fall of empires, the ebb and flow of power, but now it was the stage for our tragedy, where we danced with fate in a gruesome choreography of death. "Raghunath!" I cried, the sound clawing its way out of me. But he was already moving, charging forth into the fray, a warrior possessed. A part of me screamed for him to turn back, this was madness, but another part, the darker part that thrived in the shadows, urged him on. What was glory if not a fleeting ghost, a whisper of smoke in the air? He was chasing it, as we all were, hunger driving us to the brink of destruction. The battlefield cracked open like a wound, the cries of the wounded mixing with the clash of swords. I could see Raghunath now, a whirlwind of steel and fury. He was not just fighting for our side, he was fighting for memories, the laughter of our childhood, the warmth of shared meals, the dreams that once felt like sunlight pouring through our windows. But as he swung his sword, I saw it, the glint of despair in his eyes, the knowledge that each swing brought him closer to an abyss he could not escape. And then there was Aditi, my sister, your sister, our sister, lost in the chaos of war, a healer-turned-warrior. She had once tended to wounds with gentle hands, her voice soothing the pain of others. Now, she stood amongst the chaos, her face smeared with dirt and blood, her eyes reflecting an inner tempest. I watched as she fought, not just against the enemy but against her own heart, her loyalty to her brother clashing with her unwavering belief in peace. She was a creature of contradictions, her spirit both fierce and tender, her mind a battlefield of its own. "Why do you do this, Raghunath?" she cried, her voice a blend of panic and indignation, as she tended to a fallen soldier. "We can't win this. Look around you. Is this the future we want?" But he couldn't hear her, lost in the throes of rage and survival. Each thrust of his sword felt like a stab into Aditi's heart, a brutal reminder of what war did to families, how it twisted love into something dark and unrecognizable. I remember the sun setting, casting a warm glow over the horror, a cruel contradiction. The clamor of swords was punctuated by a silence that felt like a suffocating blanket, wrapping around us, tightening with every passing moment. Somewhere, a clock was ticking, each tick echoing like a gunshot, counting down the seconds to catastrophe. Aditi caught my gaze, and in that brief moment, I felt the weight of our shared history, the echoes of laughter, the warmth of family dinners, the dreams we'd woven together. I saw the fear in her eyes, fear for Rogunot, and fear for what we were becoming. "Do you remember," she whispered, her breath a prayer. "Do you remember when we thought war was a story, something that happened far away?" I could only nod, the memories flooding my mind like a river bursting its banks. The innocence of youth felt like a distant star, twinkling on the horizon of a shattered world. And then it happened, the moment of collision, the point where everything could change. Rogunot stumbled, an enemy blade slipping past his guard, and in that heartbeat, time stretched. I felt my heart seize, a visceral ache clawing at my chest as he fell, the shock reverberating through the very earth beneath my feet. "No!" Aditi screamed, and the world fell silent. Time stood still. Around us, the battlefield became a canvas of despair, painted with the colors of rage and heartbreak. I could see the shadows growing darker, creeping closer, ready to swallow us whole. Rogunot lay there, a warrior broken, a spirit dimmed. I remember the moment I kneeled beside him, cradling his head in my lap, my hands trembling, soaked with his lifeblood. "This is not the end," I whispered, though I knew it was a lie. I felt his breath grow shallow, the warmth fading from his body, the light dimming in his eyes. "Promise me," he gasped, his voice a mere flicker, a dying ember. "Promise me we'll find peace, somehow." But how could I promise him that? The sounds of war roared around us, drowning out all hope, a reminder that peace was a luxury we could not afford. And as I looked up, the shadows loomed larger, the cries of the battlefield piercing through the silence like a knife. I felt Aditi's hand grip my shoulder, pulling me back into the chaos. But I was lost, adrift in a sea of grief and fury, a tempest of conflicting emotions surging through me. The battle raged on, but for us, time had stopped. The world continued to spin, oblivious to our heartbreak, but all I could see was Rogunot's fading smile, the warmth of his laughter a distant memory. The Deccan had claimed another piece of us, another life, and in that moment, I understood, this was not just a war for territory, it was war against our own souls, a fight against the darkness creeping into our hearts. The air crackled with tension, the scent of despair coating the ground beneath us. Would we rise from this? Would we find a way back to light, or were we destined to be consumed by the shadows we had created? Life, like war, was a spiral, a cycle that never truly ended. And as I held my brother, the echoes of history whispered, telling tales of battles fought in the Deccan, a land steeped in conflict, where the stories of our ancestors intertwined with our own. We were but vessels, carrying their legacy, and as the night descended, I knew the fight was far from over. The demons of the battlefield were waiting, and we were not done dancing with them yet. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating like a wool cloak on a scorching day. I could hear it, not just a distant rumble of war drums but the heartbeat of a people caught between worlds. Flames flickered in the corners of my vision, illuminating faces twisted in despair, anger, and desperation. I stood there, paralyzed, just outside the crumbling remnants of what was once a grand palace, where fate's cruel hand was about to redraw borders and erase identities. I remember the faces, Amir, fierce and proud, with his dark eyes like storm clouds brewing. His voice, a vibrant war cry that could make the earth shudder, now trembled as he clutched the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with dread. He was torn, dangling on the precipice of loyalty and love, while the embers of a dying culture smoldered behind him. "I have to fight," he whispered to himself, yet I saw the conflict etched deep in his brow. His family, his whole lineage, what would be left if he chose to lay down his arms? I could see it all in his haunted gaze. And there was Mira, with her delicate grace, a cultural bridge herself, poised between the sprawling tapestry of her Hindu identity and the fierce pride of her Muslim heritage. She was a ghost in her own life, floating through the streets that felt both familiar and foreign. I watched her as she spun through the chaos, weaving strands of silk and cotton that told stories of unity and division alike. "This can't be it," she pleaded to the empty air, words thick with sorrow. "We can't lose everything we are." Her heart, a vessel of hope, seemed to crack with each scream that pierced the night. The clang of swords rang like the toll of a death knell, echoing through the hollowed streets, and I felt a strange affinity for the chaos. I, too, was a spectator caught in the whirlpool of history, an unwilling participant in this tragic ballet of blood and betrayal. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, tales of valor and defeat, of the poetic dance between cultures that had once thrived in these very lands. Amir and Mira were living those stories, caught in a tempest that mirrored the clash of empires and the jagged scars of colonization. "Fight!" Amir screamed, charging into the fray, his body a blur of determination. I felt the energy shift, a collective gasp as he fell, a mere heartbeat away from glory, his blood mingling with the earth, a sacrifice to the gods of war that had long since forgotten their children. I could smell the iron tang of his life spilling onto the ground, a potent reminder that in war, the lines between victor and vanquished blur until all that remains is ash and memory. And there stood Mira, paralyzed by the sight. Her breath caught in her throat, the weight of the world pushing her down. I watched as she knelt beside Amir's still form, the unspoken bond between them crackling in the air like a live wire. "You cannot leave me," she choked, tears spilling like the monsoon rains that swept through the Deccan plains. "This isn't how it ends." Her fingers brushed his cheek, and for a moment, the universe held its breath, a sigh caught in the throat of fate. Around us, the world exploded. Shouts of triumph and agony blended into a cacophony that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I could see shadows dancing beneath the flickering flames, reminding me of the ghosts that walked these very streets, forgotten souls who'd whispered secrets of coexistence before the wars tore them apart. The Deccan was alive with its contradictions, a vibrant canvas splattered with the colors of strife and unity. I remember the stories, how the cities once pulsed with life, where traders exchanged not just goods but ideas, a melting pot of culture that transcended the boundaries of creed and class. The laughter of children echoed through the alleyways, and the smell of spices filled the air. Now, it was a battlefield, a stark reminder of what happens when love and hatred collide. "Get up!" Mira begged Amir, her voice a haunting melody of grief and desperation. "Fight for us! Fight for the dreams we shared, of a world where we could be both." But in that moment, the cosmos shifted. The clock ticked louder, marking time not just for the living, but for those who had sacrificed everything. And then I saw it, the flicker of hope in her eyes, a desperate dance of defiance against a backdrop of despair. She rose, a phoenix from ashes, and I felt the gravity of her resolve. The warriors around us faltered, their swords wavering, as if caught in the pull of her spirit. "We are more than this," she cried, echoing across the battlefield, pulling the threads of unity from the fabric of chaos. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I felt the world tilt, and then I was caught in the surge, the rebellion against the inevitable, a collective awakening to the power of love and identity. The Deccan was not just a land of war, it was a crucible, a place where cultures collided and transformed, where pain became poetry and loss birthed resilience. As the shadows lengthened, I found myself wrapped in the tapestry of this moment. The air was electric, thick with the promise of change, an impending clash not just of swords but of ideologies. There was no clear path forward, only the uncertain dance of fate and the endless struggle between who we were and who we could become. I remember the fear, the heartbreak, the overwhelming weight of it all, but intertwined with that was a pulsing thread of hope, faint yet undeniably alive. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of a people caught in the storm, a storm that would either destroy them or forge them anew. In the dark, beneath the stars that bore witness to our struggles, we stood at the edge of history, our collective story still unwritten, lingering in the air like a haunting melody. The night stretched on, time losing its grip, the confrontation looming as destiny awaited its cue. And so the scene unfolded, seamlessly, like the relentless tide of the cosmos, because this was only the beginning. The air was thick with smoke, the stench of charred flesh and despair curling into the night sky like a sinister serpent. It clawed at the throats of the living and the dying, choking hope into a tight, suffocating knot. It was a battlefield, but not just of men wielding swords and shields. No, this was the theater of the Deccan Wars, where memories of valor twisted with shadows of betrayal, a cacophony of anguish drumming against the heart of every soul present. I remember how the moon hung low that night, a ghostly witness to the carnage, casting pale light on the horrors that unfolded beneath its watchful gaze. Each strike of the sword rang out like a funeral bell, echoing through the minds of those who dared to fight, and those who dared to watch. Amidst this chaos stood Roghav, a soldier with the weight of a kingdom on his shoulders yet the spirit of a cornered animal. His heart raced, a metronome of fear and fury, while his grip tightened around his sword, a friend become an extension of his very soul, slick with sweat and blood. Then there was Myra, a healer, her hand stained crimson but her heart a beacon of relentless hope. She moved like a wraith, slipping between the dying and the damned, her touch as soft as the whispers of the wind yet burdened with the tragic knowledge that in every healing, she was staving off death for just a moment. I remember her face, streaked with soot, eyes glistening with tears unshed, the weight of each life she couldn't save carving deep lines into her young skin. Every heartbeat, she would murmur, is a chance, but sometimes, it felt like she was just convincing herself. Their worlds collided in a heartbeat, a moment that would forever haunt the edges of their memories. Rogav, caught in the frenzy of clashing steel, glimpsed Myra as she knelt by a fallen comrade, her hands working against the tide of loss that flooded the ground. Would she be able to save him? His heart pounded, each thud a desperate plea to the universe. But hope can be a cruel mistress. The man gasped, then fell silent, leaving Myra with nothing but the hollow echo of her efforts and the shimmering spectre of her own helplessness. Time fractured in that instant, each second stretching infinitely, like the gnarled branches of a long-dead tree reaching for the stars. Rogav felt it, the weight of that moment threatening to crush him. I must fight, he told himself, I must survive. But survival came at a cost, and with every swing of his blade, every enemy he felled, he felt less like a hero and more like a monster, an executioner draped in the guise of valor. The clash of metal rang on, a chaotic symphony weaving through the night, but beneath it lay the more profound silence of souls lost. Rogav's eye scanned the battlefield, the dead were not just bodies, they were lives, dreams snuffed out before they could bloom. I remember, he thought, the laughter during simpler times, the sweet scent of earth after rain. But those memories became sharp knives, slicing into his resolve, feeding the doubt gnawing at his insides. How could he claim victory when so many would never taste joy again? As dawn broke, Myra stumbled upon Rogav, their eyes locking in a shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the horrors that had unfolded. You fought bravely, she whispered, though her voice trembled, betraying the tremors of grief barely contained beneath her surface. Bravery, he scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. What is bravery in the face of such madness? I wield a sword, not a solution. The weight of his words hung heavy, the truth slicing through their fragile connection. She wanted to reach for him, to offer solace amidst the destruction, but how do you comfort a soul adrift in a sea of despair? Rogav's gaze fell to the ground, to the crimson-soaked earth that would tell tales of valor and loss for centuries to come. Beneath the surface, the ghosts of those who had fallen whispered, their stories intertwining with the very fabric of the land. I am haunted, he confessed, each word a bitter confession, by the faces of the dead. They follow me. Myra nodded, her own eyes glistening with the ghosts of her own failures, each one a phantom echoing in her mind, marking her like a scar. But we are still here. Aren't we? The question hung between them like a fragile thread, both seeking solace and fearing the answer. And as they stood, bodies weary but spirits defiant, the world around them trembled, the horizon a grim reminder of what lay ahead. They were not alone in this tragedy, nor were they the vilest of villains or the purest of heroes. They were a tapestry of flawed humanity, each thread colored with pain and purpose. The truth is, the Deccan Wars were not merely a tale of conquest and bloodshed, they were a reflection of our darkest fears and brightest hopes, a mirror held to the human condition. With every clash of steel, every heart that ceased to beat, the battle transformed into something profoundly intimate. Rogav's heart was a paradox, a warrior forged in blood yet yearning for redemption. Myra's hands, though stained, were capable of healing wounds unseen. Their paths had converged in a maelstrom of violence and sorrow, yet here, in this fragile moment, there was a flicker of something deeper, a connection forged in shared suffering. Together, they would navigate the storm, neither naive to the darkness nor blind to the flickering light of possibility. As night gave way to dawn, the battles raged on, but amidst the chaos, their hearts beat in a tumultuous rhythm, alive, intense, and achingly human. And so, the story continues, unraveling in echoes of conflict and threads of resilience, a tapestry woven between the ephemeral beauty of life and the stark reality of war. The horizon stretched before them, uncertain, filled with both despair and flickers of hope, reminding them that the past was not a chain to bind them but a canvas for the future.